Hello. Hold on, let me move chat. You guys get to be here. There you go. Yeah, let me turn that down real quick. Hold on, is my voice? Okay, nice. Making sure I didn't accidentally mute myself. Alright, hello, hi, good morning everybody. It's still morning for me technically, I get to say that. How's everybody doing? The new Charters of Commerce DLC just released for Vic3, which is of course what we're going to be playing today. After I turn down the music, because that's kind of loud. Is that a good volume? Probably a good volume. Alrighty. And, yeah, let me actually not touch stream things in the middle of a stream. Okay, anyway, yeah, Victoria 3. Charters of Commerce. Commerce of Charters, if you will. We did have that video that just released. I waited a whole hour before starting this stream just to make sure some people, if they wanted to watch the video, actually had the time to go and watch the video, because the video is only like a half hour long. Which was surprising to me as I recorded it, because, you know, I did play up until like 1916. So I was pretty surprised that the video was only 24 minutes long when I was editing it. But then I remembered it's because I was incredibly tired while recording that video. And that's because I made that video, the entirety of it, from beginning to end, recording and editing, 2 days ago and yesterday. Over the course of Sunday and Monday. Because that's just a series of unfortunate events. That's kinda, yeah. Anyway, let's see. Hello everyone. Hello Greater Texan Union. Hi Caster. Hi Kaiser. Hello David. And Swar and Ben and Bunker. We make the hat bigger as the GDP goes up, yes. But only to a point, because eventually it starts clipping off of my VTube studio. I guess I could make it infinitely large at some point, but we'll see how that goes. We'll see. Let's not forget to actually pop out my chats, just so that we can go ahead and read them both. You know, this would have been an excellent time for me to actually go ahead and install the plugins, and then I didn't do that because I never do when I say I'm going to. Anyway, let me make the mustache bigger. True. Okay, hold on. Let me do this. I was going to go ahead and make a coffee before today's stream, but then before I knew it, I had no time, and I didn't want to stay on the starting soon screen for like 5 minutes extra while making coffee, so it is what it is. Okay, both chats have been popped out. Okay. Given how the Dutch only have coal and iron in their East Indies and the new markets within markets, I wonder how it'll change their stuff. We'll see. I actually don't know how it's going to change stuff for the Netherlands because I haven't played them. But anyway, as I was mentioning, so you guys, some of you probably know that I was gone for a few days. That's why there was no stream schedule last week. Because, well... See, funny story is I was going to start working on this video last week. That's why, you know, there wasn't going to be any schedules, because I'm like, okay, I need to basically grind this out. Because I only had the game from Tuesday? So literally a week ago is when I had the update. And then the Tuesday and the Wednesday, I spent the whole time trying to figure out how the game, or the new update works. And then Thursday, Friday, Saturday, I was at a wedding. So... yeah, I had to leave late on the Saturday, leave after the wedding when most people were going to stay there until the morning. But I had to leave because I knew that if I didn't leave at that moment at like 12:30 in the evening, literally midnight, then I would dilly-dally and I would waste time instead of going home immediately in the next morning. So I drove back at like 12:30 on Saturday. Saturday/Sunday, I guess, at that point. And then I got home and I finally fell asleep at like 2 in the morning, and then I woke up at like 8 to start working on the video. And then that was basically the entire 2 days. That was great. And I noticed I seemed so low energy during the video, and that's because I was extremely tired. But it's embarrassing when it's actually noticeable, but hopefully nobody actually noticed it too much. Hopefully it's not that bad. But I don't know, haven't gotten any complaints yet. Does the new update mean that I'm no longer responsible for the trade in my entire country now? Yes, that is exactly what it means, and we can, in fact, go ahead and... Let's see, how long have we had? It's been 10 minutes. Okay, it's been long enough where people have gotten the notification and joined if they wanted to. Here we go. You guys like how totally accurate my my hat is? How well-fitting it is? I tried to see if I could get it to, like, slip in between the layers, the model layers, because you can do that now. But it turns out it looks even worse, so... we're stuck with this. It's as close as we're gonna get. Orbit, are you jumping into a campaign or starting a new one? We're starting a new one today. Be right back, gonna comment on the video that you sound tired. That's real. That's real and true and fair and extra real. Have you enjoyed the German R pronunciation? Oh, heard you enjoyed the German R pronunciation. Have fun. The Dutch have an even harder R and a very hard G. That's basically a G while scraping your throat. Yeah, they have like the sound, right? Or something like that. But anyway. Who's the lucky wife? It was not my wedding. Anyway. Here, you know what? Actually, now that I think about it, I've never done any of the objectives, and this would be the best one to do economic dominance. I don't think it really makes that much of a difference, to be honest. As a non-streamer peasant, I'm doing a CK3 Dutch game right now. Goose, the update is out right now. Like, you can play it right now. Like, I'm pretty sure, like, I'm currently playing on the live version of the game. I'm not playing the secret early access creator beta. Like, I swapped it to the live branch, so... Orbit is happily married to staring at maps and gambling. That's true. That's true and real. I'm downloading now? Okay, yeah, go do that. Surprised, actually. Well, actually, no, never mind. I was gonna say, I'm surprised that we're all releasing our videos on the day that the update releases, but in hindsight, it makes a lot of sense, actually. So like 5 people released videos, I thought it was an embargo lifting. It was. It was an embargo lifting. Just simultaneous with the release of the DLC, which is unusual, but there was a good reason for it. Yeah, so we're gonna see exactly what we're gonna do as the Netherlands. I have not checked to see what the setup changes for the Netherlands would be with this new update. Of course, they had to change the setup for like your trade centers and stuff like that. I assume most people don't know about how the trade systems work, so like just very briefly, I'm gonna give my take on how I'm pretty sure it works. Like 90% sure it works. Because, I mean, it's a lot better than it was before, but in some other ways, it's like, now, I don't even know what I'm supposed to do at a given time. I'm not economically literate enough for this game anymore, it's over. Anyway, yeah, so we have our own market. This is the Dutch market. The Dutch market actually does extend all the way over here. Like there is a sub-market for the Dutch market, and that is the one in Indonesia. Notice how It has this little thing that says like 100% world market access, even though it's like a separate market. Or rather, even though it's the same market, why do we have two of these? That's because this is actually a sub-market, which doesn't really mean anything in particular, except for the fact that, like, if we get blockaded over here, then Indonesia will still have access to the world market. And I think everything is still technically part of the Dutch market. It's kind of weird in some ways still. So, like, if I get blockaded, I'm pretty sure I still get access to the stuff from the Dutch East Indies, which maybe doesn't make the most sense if that's true. And I'm pretty sure it is true. But at least the East Indies get access to the world market, I guess. That's cool. Yeah, the previous trade system was incredibly annoying. Just the level of manual clicking you had to do was extremely tedious. But now what we have, I guess I should mention, is this world market thing, which kind of exists everywhere simultaneously. It's a combination of all of the exports and imports from different markets. So, like, if you're exporting from the Prussian market to the world market, what that actually means is that you've just sort of, like, set aside a certain amount for export, and then somebody's going to go ahead and buy that. Or they don't buy it, actually, I'm pretty sure. If we go to the... wonder if I can actually check the world market itself. I never actually tried to do that. Oh, here we go. Yeah, market areas. That's like the sub-market I was talking about. So we have Dutch market, Holland, and then we have Dutch market, West Java here. So, then we have Dutch market, Moluccas. That's actually a lot of different markets. So this is a market area, that's a market area, this is a market area, and I assume this is also its own market area. Yes, okay, interesting. Anyway, so world market, I wonder if we can actually check. Here we go. So the world market is really just like who's importing and who's exporting. That's kind of it. So because we're exporting a whole bunch, it like adds a certain amount to the world market, in quotes. And then someone's gonna go ahead and buy that stuff, and then, you know, it's basically still supply and demand, but for everything, everywhere, all at once. And all the trade is done automatically now, too. Oh, also, yeah, tariffs are set for imports and exports individually, which is, thank you very much, Paradox, so much better than it used to be. Oh, also, we have subventions. I tried using subventions once. Not sure how useful they are. It's basically like when you pay for an import or an export. So, like, let's say you're in the early game and you have no weapons, and you need more weapons for your army, and you're just buying them off the market. Well, maybe you want to add some subventions for import to make it a little bit more profitable, I guess, or profitable enough that more will be imported, which is kind of necessary. So it's that kind of thing. Same thing with paper, I find, in the early game sometimes. But anyway, that's sort of how markets work for the most part. Instead of having to worry about manually setting up imports and exports, it just happens automatically using these things, the trade centers. You build these, they have trade capacity, and then your, I don't know if it's your capitalist, just your country in general, will just automatically import and export things. So yeah, it's really nice. Oh, also, ports now, you have to subsidize ports now for the most part. I don't know if you ever produce too little merchant marine. I haven't had it happen before. Although I guess it's possible if you're playing like Switzerland. Landlocked country, you have no merchant marine. So you're going to have to like import merchant marine to be able to use your trade centers. Which is a little bit funky. Looks like the Netherlands got screwed with the update to make it more historically accurate. Yeah, so this was actually done, I think, a few updates ago, where now there's a situation where you have to sort of figure out how much land Luxembourg gets to have. We'll get to that, I think, but yeah, I think we have a chance to make Luxembourg bigger, to make it Luxem big. And then, ideally, I'm going to try to, like, take Belgium back. Probably. If we're being honest. If we're being realistic here, I do want to form the United Netherlands. I think that would be pretty cool. Also, Belgium has all the iron and coal, and I kind of need that, so, yeah. What do we have, actually? Logs. We have forestry, fishing, and then... Oh god, it's just... Ooh, we have some coal, yippee! Oh, it's so cooked. It's so cooked. Vic3 slowly becoming Vic2. Vic2 2. Vic2 squared. Vic4, if you will. You have water, lots of water. True. We have lots of land ready to be reclaimed with our Dutch polders. Actually, we can't even use them, can we? Oh no, we can. We can do lowlands land reclamation. That's amazing. That's perfect. Okay, we'll get around to that eventually then. But for now, starting situation, Netherlands. Kinda not amazing. As someone mentioned, all of our iron, at least, is wrapped up in the East Indies somewhere, I imagine, probably. Do you have iron? Okay, yeah, there's 3 iron there. There's gotta be more somewhere. That can't be all the iron, can it? There's some in here, kind of. What do we even have here? Tobacco, dyes, tea. Yeah, it's looking a little bit cooked. Right, for us to do anything, what do we want to do? Well, first, we should have something for... No, nothing for this? The whole starting situation? I guess it's an event at some point. Dynam has iron, true and real. The thing is... Let me think about that. Let me look at how this market works again real quick. Just to make sure I'm kind of getting this right. So most of the wood we're getting is from trade centers, logging camps in... Okay, yeah. I suppose if we build up iron in the East Indies, we should actually get... Should we get all of it, like, instantly? That's kind of crazy. Okay, I mean, I guess it works. So, we just invest in the East Indies, I guess, to start with. I'm also going to look for interests. Maybe not in England, that's fine. Let's go with interests in Indochina and maybe Southern Africa? Maybe. Maybe we reclaim our colonies, if we can. And on top of that, we already have one in here. Not much to do in the Caribbean for us. Maybe Central America? We could start going after Central America once they explode. And then, let me see here. Well, another thing is, you do want to manage your interests a little bit more, because they're a little different than they used to be. So, I don't know if we have a good example here. I think we have to go over... No. Where is that button? I don't even remember. Hold on. Is it here? There's one where it's like, you need to have a particular interest to have a particular thing happen correctly. Oh, hold on. I think I remember. Here we go. Okay, yeah. So your trade advantage is kind of reliant on having interests in relevant markets. So, for example, if we want to import a bunch of iron, then it's better for us to have an interest in, I think that's Mexico and, who is this? Tuscany. Okay, so mostly Tuscany. If we have an interest in Tuscany, then that'll improve our trade advantage. Which will allow us to, I think it allows us to import first? Hold on. Determines the import price and export price for a particular trade center. Directly affects the amount of goods traded. Okay, yeah. So you do want to have an interest in some relatively important places. For example, We lack an interest in the Russian market, which is where most of our wood imports are coming from. Yeah, we also just don't really have a large population. Man, what can you do as the Netherlands? Invest in your colonies. That's pretty much all you can do as the Netherlands. Expand trade, invest in the colonies, and hope it works out. Because, boy, we do not have a lot of population. Because we're going to need some of that population for the army, of course. An army large enough to be able to beat up Belgium, to take their stuff. So, yeah, we're going to want to establish an interest in Russia for the wood. Then what else am I importing right now? Oh, that's not me. Maybe we go with the Tuscan market, because maybe we can just rely on them for more iron for the time being. Unless, chat, do you think it would be a good idea to just invest in the Dutch East Indies to produce iron? How long would that take? 29 weeks? That's not terrible. And it would sort of just, like, instantly send the iron over to me. So I guess the first thing we want to do is just build up the colony to give us a bunch of resources, and then build up the manufacturing back home. In particular, what can you build a lot of? Really basic stuff, like fruit, tobacco, sugar, dyes. Anything for cotton? Yes, lots of cotton. Okay, we could build a relatively decent clothing industry, actually. What can you do? Well, you need to get Belgium or another state that has coal and or iron as soon as possible. Yes. Problem with going after Belgium immediately is, first, I think we have a truce, don't we? Yeah. We have a truce for 3 years. We can't really take Hanover. Not yet, because Britain. And it's going to be pretty much impossible for us to take anything in the Rhine. Although I would love to take over the Rhine. Because, of course, they do have the throughput and the infrastructure from the Rhine River. Actually, if I tried to do that, absolutely nobody would help me. That makes sense. Okay, let's not worry about that too much. Who should we try to be friends with? Probably a continental power that is not going to step on our toes colonially, so... Well, actually, let me look at your treaties, because I'm sure you have some. Treaty with France. Guarantee their independence. Same with Britain. Actually, not with Britain. If France is guaranteeing their independence, and France does not really like this whole thing going on here, then we're going to be friends with France. And maybe Britain. But probably not Prussia. Maybe we'd be friends with Russia too? Sure, let's do that. Then we're going to pick up, let's see here. What would be useful for us? Probably hydraulic cranes, because we're going to rely a lot on trade at the start of the game. We will also want dialectics to boost our research, generally speaking. Pharmaceuticals for the healthcare system. And maybe that's good for now? If you want more territory, then the East Indies is probably your best bet. True. Immediately start conquering these guys. Actually, in that case, I know this is going to be sort of metagaming, but would it be worth it to just kind of own this stuff directly? Like, is there a reason for me to maintain the Dutch East Indies as a country? I mean, I guess at some point... Let me see here, actually. Because they do have extraction economy, which is useful. It increases the economic dependence. Okay, that doesn't matter too much. Maybe if they create their own companies within the East Indies, then it's worth it because that can increase their throughput. So they can have like different companies than I have. Does that make sense? I think it makes sense. Anyway, it's been like, what, half an hour and I haven't unpaused? Maybe we should do something. So let's start not by actually building up a lot more iron. Instead, what I want to do is probably build up construction, because we have a lot of money and the investment pool is kind of massive. So we're going to start off by just building that up as much as possible. Let's actually not worry about consumption taxes for now. What kind of law can I get passed? Because I want to get rid of mercantilism. Mercantilism reduces our trade advantage for imports, and we kind of don't want to do that because we need imports. So migration controls, homesteading is... Actually, homesteading is kind of cringe. We're gonna keep that for now, though. Maybe we go with... Oh, that's fine. Man, we actually have good laws to start with. I never play a country that starts with good laws. Colonial exploitation too? No healthcare system, we'll get around to that. This is, like, actually all this stuff is kind of fine. Homesteading is kind of cringe, unsubscribed. I know, true. It's over. Oh, hey.
Play Tunis toe.
Is that the social streamers themselves on the tier 1 Twitch sub? No, play Tunis though? Fair, true, real. How about you play Tunis? I've been here for 27 months. That is actually crazy though. The 27-month streak on Twitch. It's been 2 years playing Tunis. Maybe one day. Maybe one day we get the Victoria 3 Tunis video. I have played Algeria. It's like... not Tunis, but it's next door, so it's like... slightly closer than the Netherlands, at least. Geographically. Play Vinland. Battle between Play Vinland and Play Tunis. Okay, also, I'm gonna start a war immediately, because having no infamy is for losers. Nobody cares? Portugal cares. Why? Maybe you should stop caring. 425. What do I have? Hey, hold on, maybe you should... Why are you like this? What beef does Portugal have with me? Why do they care about SIAC? Guys, this is so sad. Can we bully Corbyn into playing Tunis? Maybe. You could, but it would take a lot of effort. It would be difficult. Yeah, okay, I think we're gonna have to kill Portugal. I think they're getting a little too invested in areas that don't concern them, so... I actually will annex this guy, and if Portugal gets involved, that's too bad. They will simply die, I think. Portugal have East Timor, right? Okay, that's true. They do have that. Maybe they won't if they get involved. They better not. Hi, Natani. Portugal has East Timor, yeah. Hello, Nifal. If the laws are pretty good, that's also not fully historically accurate. The Netherlands was pretty autocratic until the 1848 revolution. It was a late industrializer compared to Britain, Belgium, and Prussia. Oh yeah, I mean, definitely a late industrializer for sure. I mean, they had literally no iron in the Netherlands. I'm sure historically they did have some iron. But just in this case, you know. Looks like Portugal's not getting involved. Good for them. Wise move. I'm gonna go ahead and take the rest of their stuff then. Wait, did I just make that for the East Indies? I did make that for the East Indies. That's kind of awkward. We have the same flag. Okay, well, it is what it is at this point. It's too late. You need hills to have iron, therefore Netherlands has no iron. Okay, I guess that's true to a degree. That's kind of true. At least to have, like, easily accessible iron, right? Need wetlands to have iron, therefore Netherlands don't have iron. That's true. True and real. You need flatland plains to have iron. Or so I've heard. Me when I actually have no general on this? That's kind of embarrassing. Oh, wait, hold on. Is nobody... Are we not fighting here? Why are we not fighting? Are you not fighting in this? You are fighting in this. Are we just not gonna do anything? Are we just also let me tax people. Oh wait, hold on a second. Me when I have infinite authority, but I'm not doing anything with it. Yep, hold on. First of all, I would like to add the church to the government. And then do nothing with it, I guess. Okay, if we're not going to do anything with it, I'm not going to go for charity hospitals yet because I want to wait until public. So I actually will go ahead and do this for some education, and we will... I can't do that with subjects. What can I even do with this? That, I guess. We're going to build up Holland, sure. Vic3 combat, that's true. Okay, this is kind of weird. Let me just see if I can do a little sneaky thing here. I don't know why the battles aren't happening, but we're just gonna make them happen anyway. Theoretically speaking. No admiral has invading orders. Okay, so I start with a navy, but with no admiral, or what's up? No, wait, what? No invading admiral has orders that allows him to start a battle. Okay, is that... Can I... Is that it? No general is currently advancing the front line. Am I going insane? How... Can you do something? Please? You're on offensive? Why? No invading admiral has orders that allow them to start a battle. What does this mean? What does it mean? I don't understand. I don't understand, chat. This was working yesterday. Hold on. Okay, this sounds stupid. But just in case it's one of my very, very small, unimportant mods, I'm gonna go ahead and just... I'm gonna go ahead and get rid of them. Actually, no. There we go. Okay, hold on, let me... I don't think it's any of my mods because they're all very small and unimportant and should not change literally anything that matters. But just in case, I'm going to go ahead and disable them. The only ones I have are like different icons for orders, GDP ownership display, and sphere emblems. So those are pretty much all just... They're actually all cosmetic. None of them change anything to do with the game's mechanics. So why are you playing with mods? Because it's like having a map mod. Like, it shouldn't change literally anything. But just in case, you know? Okay, I guess that was... Alright. Okay, you got me. My purely aesthetic mods did in fact change the way combat works in this game. You got me there. I don't even know what to say to that. Okay, cool, we're back. Alright. Okay, anyway. So I ended up giving this to these guys, even though maybe I shouldn't have. Yeah, I feel stupid because that's actually the one with iron. Good job, me. Anyway, so I guess I should probably start keeping this stuff, right? I'm not gonna incorporate it, but I should keep it, probably. How bad is the spaghetti code that a cosmetic mod does that? It very well might be... spaghetti mod code. That could be. It's a possibility. Okay, next we're gonna take this. If Portugal gets involved, good actually. 'Cause then I get to take their stuff. Actually, let me look at the Dutch East Indies for a second. Okay, yeah, primary culture is Dutch. Right, okay. I would give it simply because of nicer borders, but no one asked me, so... I mean... I honestly don't think it makes a difference at this point. Whether or not you decide to hand it off to your subject. Because, I mean, you still get the stuff. It still has the same market access price impact as well. The only difference, actually, is that the Dutch East Indies already have this as an incorporated state. Which means that they actually get taxes from here. Which means that if I give it to them... they can pay me in taxes, or from the taxes. Whereas if I kept this, I would have to incorporate it, and I kinda don't feel like doing that. Because how long will that take? Like, yeah, 21 years? Never mind, you get to have that. That's totally cool. Dutch East Indies. Hello, would you like... Okay, we're gonna have to wait until this war is done, but we're gonna hand over that stuff to them. He plays the colony or the country? I'm playing as the Netherlands, I'm not playing as the Dutch East Indies. Although I've looked into that before, they seem like they would be interesting to play as. I guess they're also strong enough to handle this war for me, so it doesn't really matter. There we go. So this is actually the stuff I care about, because it has iron in it. But yeah, let's go over to our subject, Dutch East Indies. I can also decrease their autonomy to a colony, which might not be a bad idea, but I think we need more power over them first. So let me grant you some states. Go with that. And how bad is this actually? Ooh, minus 0.2 Liberty Desire from East Indies. Maybe I do actually decrease your autonomy. Also, I guess Luxembourg... Okay, they do have their own market control, actually. That's fine. Maybe I actually... Yeah. And then I'm gonna give you... There we go. Okay, yeah, that looks totally fine. So in that case, they should be paying me more money, right? I think, if we wait a month. It looks like less money. Okay, that's awkward. Anyway. anyway, we're gonna go conquer more things. Because, yeah, if we're gonna go after Belgium, we're gonna have to wait, what is it, 10 years? Until they're not guaranteed by France? So in the meantime, we can't really do much, except we can invade Hanover. Hello, hold on. Would anybody actually get involved? Denmark would. Württemberg, maybe? Uh-oh. Oldenburg? Okay, because I do actually want to invade Hanover. Also, it's important to check... we have national supremacy, which doesn't bode too well for the Germans in the Netherlands. Yeah, even the Flemish are considered second-class citizens. Although maybe hold on, Dutch, all Dutch. I can go to cultures actually. Okay, yeah. So North German is not exactly tolerated in Dutch society. Barely. So if I were to take over Hanover, which I should to get iron, then it's going to be interesting. Because I don't know if I should make a subject, or if I should just integrate that stuff. You know what, I might just make a larger Netherlands. Like, the exact same shape as the Netherlands, but just magnified out. So, like, I'll take Belgium, and then I'll take, like, a portion over here, and then everything else is a subject. Also, let's not forget to improve all of these. Never mind, we have, like, nothing. Do we have any coal? I don't think so. We don't have anything, actually. Because we're broke. Do I even have any tools? I don't think so, but I'm pretty sure I can import tools. Yeah, there you go. Okay, let me check on this iron real quick, because one of the things we are concerned about... where'd I build that? Here? Yeah, one of the things we're concerned about is that there just might not be enough qualifications to work these. To work in the mines. Failed to hire additional employees. That's because you need... What do you need for this? We need machinists, engineers, laborers, and slaves. Or slaves, instead of laborers. And there are no engineers over here in the Dutch East Indies. That's probably why we're going to have an issue with that. There are 10 engineers. I mean, they might be able to hire some people. But yeah, okay, so I think what we're going to do is probably... can I maximize conscription, actually? Yes. I'm probably gonna start a big war back home. What else should I do? Probably expand the trade so that I can import more iron. Did you lose Limburg or start without it? We start without Limburg. Can the pop move if it is discriminated? That's a good question. Move as in between different states? Yes, I think so. But I don't think they would be allowed to migrate if we had migration controls. But we don't. So they wouldn't be allowed, I think, in or out of the country if we had migration controls. Okay, let's see if we can... I don't really want the British to invest, because that's just like free money that they make off of us. Actually, Tuscany. No interest, never mind. Let me go ahead and move from South China to Italy for that. Thank God the industrialists are building an arts academy, I was worried. If things ever get a little dicey in the Netherlands, we can always eat the art. Thank you, industrialists, very cool. Either that or the Prime Minister. Okay, so you guys have no organization because you have a supply shortage. An input good shortage because we have no artillery. We're gonna... Right, I forgot to change all of my tariffs. No export tariffs on stuff we want to export, which temporarily is agricultural stuff. And we absolutely do not want tariffs on wood imports. We might want some tariffs on, like, manufactured goods imports, because in theory that should keep their price a little bit higher and thus encourage the industrialists to build some. In theory. Theoretically. Then we have to go over here to all of these. We want no... Am I exporting small arms? Okay, keep a high tariff on that export. I want no import tariffs on artillery or on ships. Maybe some export tariffs on ships. There we go, and that should probably fix our organization. Our supply, perfect. Then we're gonna go over here. Actually, what kind of artillery is this? We'll just upgrade it, it's fine. And we'll upgrade that too. You want tenant farmers, you know what? I could probably do that actually. Landed voting, what do we currently have? Wealth voting? I prefer wealth voting. You can have that though. Because I think I like tenant farmers more than I like homesteading. Yeah. Okay, let's see if we can stack up a whole bunch of conscription. We love conscription. And then we're gonna look over here and see what we can do. Denmark may get involved. Württemberg, maybe. Oldenburg, probably. I'm just gonna, you know, do a little cheeky save real quick. See if we can grab at least this part. How bad is this in terms of AE? Not AE, this is not EU4. 24 infamy, that is substantial. Yeah, okay. I just realized actually that Nifal asked, can the pop move up if discriminated? Meaning, like, can they promote? And the answer is no, I don't think so. Well, let's see how this iron mine is doing. Yeah, it's doing terribly. That's cool. We also have no tools. That's a pretty big part of that. It's fine. It's fine. Surely this won't go wrong, guys. I think it'll be fine. I don't think it's going to be fine. This might be disastrous, actually. Yeah. 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 Okay, let's build a tooling workshop for the time being, just to have some kind of tooling, and then we're gonna do this. And then see, the thing is, that's actually Sweden and Denmark. I really didn't expect Sweden, if I'm being honest. Oh, hold on. Since the secession of Belgium in 1830, Dutch efforts to reunify the country have all met with failure. Oh. It's probably a pretty bad idea to go with the bottom option, I think. Yeah, no, we're gonna hold off on that. We'll settle things for now, and then we're gonna break that treaty. Please don't kill me. Please don't kill me. Please don't kill me. Please don't kill me. I'm just a little guy. I'm not even asking for all of Hanover. Yet. I mean, I probably will, but just like not yet. Please don't kill me. Please, I'm just a little guy. I will raise conscripts. Don't make me do it. Okay. They didn't join. That's surprising. Alright, well, in that case, maybe I actually will take the rest. What do they have over there in Elbe? Nothing I care about? Okay, maybe we don't take that then, because that's a lot of infamy for absolutely nothing of value. The thing is, if you want a money transfer now, it also takes infamy, which kinda sucks, if I'm being honest. You used to get free war reparations with every war, but now you have to pay infamy to get like a sliver of money. So that's not great. What if I say, hey buddy, you're gonna... Oh nope, that's expensive too? That's cool. Well, at the very least, we can do this. You're gonna give me 24 wood. Thank you. And, can I ask for any kind of money? No. Fabric, maybe? Screw it. Put the fabric in the bag, bro. Okay, that's probably cool. Hopefully they back down now. Please? Please back down? I don't actually want to fight this war. Please back down. You know you want to. I don't remember putting 2 wood here, but okay. Please? It's not worth it, bro. It's not worth it, man. Please. Please. Ah. So lost, I have no idea what's going on already. Honestly, same. I need to play a lot more to actually understand how Victoria 3 works, even slightly. I feel like I have a faint grasp on how it works, kind of. But it seems to be working out. I wonder if the other great powers are going to look at me invading Hanover and be like, hey man, we're going to give you 0% of Belgium because of what you've done. Okay, so hold on. 3 great powers are participating in the conference. Favor Belgian claims is backed by 255 prestige. What does that mean, chat? Whose prestige is this? Like, I don't know who to target to try and sway them in my direction. Okay, let me see here. So we have 4 possible options. Favor the Belgian claims. Belgium receives Limburg and Luxembourg in full. No thank you. But then Belgium assumes the total public debt of the former United Kingdom of the Netherlands. I could receive Limburg and Luxembourg in full. And then I would actually assume the debt, okay. 24 points is the most likely one. Limburg and Luxembourg are partitions between Belgium and the Netherlands. Limburg is established as a Dutch subject and nominal member of the German Confederation. Limburg? This guy? I don't like that. Belgium retains the entirety of Limburg in exchange for receiving the entirety of Luxembourg. Okay, that's... Okay, the strat is to improve relations with everyone at the start of the game so they favor the Dutch claims. Okay, so who all are involved in this? Two months left, it's cooked. But who's even part of this? The Great Powers. Okay, cool. 3 Great Powers. Which ones? I don't know. Just some of them, probably. I assume that's probably Britain, France, and maybe Prussia? France, Prussia, and Britain. Okay. So maybe me invading Hanover at the start was maybe not the greatest of ideas. Possibly. Yeah. Right, well, we're just gonna go ahead and incorporate that real quick. Don't mind me. Yeah, we have 2 months. It's over, isn't it? Hold on. Okay, so what's happening? We will automatically accept the outcome of the conference in 5 months. What if I refuse to sign? Then nothing changes. Okay, so what's currently happening? The 24 points? Results, decided to partition the disputed areas between the Netherlands and Belgium. Alright, well, I mean, I guess it is what it is. We'll ratify it for now. Intends to show off trade update, gets stuck in Euro politics. That's life. That's how it is. Tries to play Colonial company game still exists in Europe. Okay, I think we're we're gonna look to grab the Liberal Union in charge as soon as possible, I think. Because we want to get rid of mercantilism, and I presume that those guys are probably in favor of that. Why can't you move? Because you don't feel like it. That's cool. You can do that when you feel like it then, I guess. Actually, we're gonna do nothing because armies still work in a way that I don't understand. Sure, okay. Trade privileges from Great Britain. I mean, is that gonna happen? I feel like it's not gonna happen. Trade privileges from Britain. We would like to do that. It's just... Oh, never mind. We get that for free then. Cool. Paper import, yes. We want trade privileges. I think I would like Britain to guarantee my independence, actually. And in exchange, you can also get some privileges. And we have no influence. Right. Let's fix that. Let's go ahead and rival Hanover. That makes sense. Any of the small countries that don't really matter too much. Robert, do you have the Dutch East Indies as a company? Surprisingly, no. In fact, can I actually have them as a company? I don't think so, but we can get like a lot of companies. Ooh, we can get prestige stuff. Bohemian Crystal isn't made in Bohemia? Unless actually... Wait, do I need to have... Oh, never mind, that's crazy. Never mind, don't worry about that. I'm just here for the monocle? Real. I've played a lot of Vic3, but never played in Europe. That is incredibly relatable. I think... When was the last time I played in Europe? I feel like I've tried playing Luxembourg before. That was a while ago. I've played the Netherlands before, actually, but not that much. And I've played, I think Norway. I think it was Norway. I did play in Italy, actually, that's true. And I have played Spain and Portugal. So maybe I'm actually lying, and it's just recency bias. Because I haven't played in Europe in a while. Okay, so our infamy is fine. Peace in our time. Something like that. So what happens? Territory is exchanged between the way that, yeah, this whole thing's working. Okay, so we do get Limburg as a subject. Luxembourg grows larger, of course. And then I guess I'm just going to want to integrate those guys as soon as possible. We do want more interests as well. So we will go with, well, we're going to check what we're importing, actually. Importing and exporting to figure that out. That's a really bad relative advantage for sugar. which I'm importing. I feel like I shouldn't be importing sugar as the Netherlands. We do in fact have import tariffs on sugar. Do we not have any sugar? That doesn't make any sense. Can't you grow sugar over here? You can, and we do have sugar. Wait, what? Oh, because it shows... Okay, yeah, never mind. That makes sense. Okay, yeah, never mind. Alright, tooling workshop. Do we want to go with iron? Yeah, we're going to go with iron immediately. We should be able to import enough iron to make that work. Reform the HRE, but Dutch? Incredibly cursed. Actually, are we a monarchy? We are a monarchy. We could do that, maybe. Precision tools. Let's put those... First of all, we need that. Hold on. Yeah, maybe that's not a good idea. Unless I can export it, and then it's a really good idea. Am I exporting luxury furniture? I'm importing regular furniture. Okay, maybe I shouldn't swap all of my production like that. Let's see. Okay, you know what? I think I do want to export luxury furniture. I think what we're gonna do back home here in the Netherlands is probably just set up a whole bunch of, like, prestige goods. So, like, fancy clothes, fancy furniture. I think we can make a lot of money off that, probably. Ooh, I was gonna say I don't care about the rural folk, but they're a little bit upset. Yeah. What's another -2? It can't be that bad. What are they gonna do? There we go. Let's go ahead and bump up education. Over here. Speaking of education, let's bump that up. Also, we want this, and I'm actually not colonizing anything because I forgot to do that. So where do we want to colonize? Probably over here in West Africa. What would be best for us, actually? What do we have in these locations? It's all kind of the same, to be honest. But this is iron here, so you know what? Alright, it costs money now. If you want to colonize something, you have to actually pay up to build a port there as well. It's really great. Oh shoot, do I not actually... I don't even have quinine. Quinine? I don't know. Okay, that's gonna make things a little bit tough. Maybe we go for that, actually. And we want more trade. And we should bump this up. Maybe not. Maybe not this one. Okay, things are still going well. How long for that? 3 years? We have a lot of money right now in the investment pool. What I'm thinking is that we should probably swap over to iron frame buildings as soon as possible. Because we actually do have some iron now. What's the mappy on this? 75. That's really not great. You know what? I mean, we do need the iron. That's true. We're having a bit of an issue where iron is too expensive, so we can't build more tools. But tools are too expensive, so we can't get more iron. Let me actually just reduce my import tariffs on iron. And then no import tariffs on tools either. Everything is simply too expensive. Start subsidizing the exports that they grow, and then once they're considerable enough, there's at least some dependence from the world market on it. Stop. That could be a good idea. Because right now, the investment pools are building things that I do not care about. Well, to be fair, they're going to do that for a while. Because they're all the manors, right? Manor houses. Actually, we do have some financial districts. Either way, we do need to increase our construction. We're going to do that with the cheap method for now. Subsidize iron/tool imports. Well, first of all, decreasing the tariffs was kind of important. Okay, so interesting. We are exporting iron and importing tools in Hanover. So these are barely being used. Those are export tariffs. Okay, we're gonna have to wait like a few months to see if maybe we want to put on some subventions for iron. It's mostly because iron from here doesn't really get over here very easily, and vice versa. Same with tools. It's like, this place pretty much has 0 tools. We do have tools in the Dutch market. Kind of. But they're too cheap here to actually build more of. That's because we don't really use any in Holland. That's because the map is just terrible right now. That's the main problem. How do I get better market access? I thought it was through here. Oh, it is. It's just not for a really long time. Okay, well, yeah. In that case, road maintenance? Does road maintenance do that now? Doesn't look like it, but maybe it's deceiving me. No, okay. Well, it's only going to be 5 years until it's done being incorporated, so it's not a huge deal. But I think we're going to want to start immediately building tooling workshops in here. We're just going to go deep into debt so we can actually build up some industrialization. That's going to take 4 years. Man. Right, because the construction efficiency is bad because of the turmoil. Right. People aren't very happy with being conquered. Okay, let's put that on the back burner for now. Do I even have enough trade capacity to import all the stuff I need? We're gonna find out. So, new idea, iron frame building. And we're gonna see just how much we can import. See, that's the problem with mercantilism, it just sucks. So I need to import stuff. Right now, I'm just gonna keep this on so that the investment pool spends its money on building stuff, but, it'll only be for a while until the construction goes down. But in theory, we should be able to import enough. Times 0.67 due to opposite direction trade in the same market. Oh, yeah, it's because... Okay, so... Wait, no, we were exporting iron, but now we're not exporting iron. Iron should be expensive enough now, right? Okay, so iron's expensive enough. That's good. And yet, kind of a problem. We'll just wait. Things will probably balance themselves out. Probably. Probably. How much do we have here? 34 of that, okay. I'm just gonna let them build a few things. They can, of course, also build trade centers, which is kind of useful. I mean, GDP is still going up, I guess. Just that a lot of that is being built... Actually, no, it wouldn't make any sense for the GDP to go up from this stuff. What am I losing money on? Oh, hold on. You have low supply because we temporarily had a shortage? Yes, okay. That's fine. So sad the Dutch East Indies is not a company. I mean, at this point, it's pretty much like a... It's like a nationalized, owned colony. I mean, at this point in time, it's a dominion, kind of the same way that, who else was a dominion at this point? Not quite Canada, not yet. Kind of like how East India Company... Wait, I don't think they're actually a company either in the game. I know what company does exist. Oh no, it does exist at the start of the game. Okay, interesting. The Hudson's Bay Company does exist. Also, that is a really early American Civil War, and that is a beefy confederacy. Sheesh. The East India Company got nationalized before the time of Victoria 3. Yeah, exactly. I mean, in theory, it should still be a company, then, in the game, technically. Just not a private one, but they don't really have that... They don't really have that, modeled. Yeah, really nothing to change for now. Actually, no. I think we want to change towards racial segregation instead of national supremacy. If we can. That would be useful because it means, of course, that we can have, like, higher acceptance for Germans. Who right now are not exactly having the greatest time, I think. I mean, it's not terrible, actually. You can form the Dutch oil company and give it monopoly rights in the Dutch East Indies. That's true. Are we going to fix the border at some point? Potentially. Possibly. One of the main problems with trying to invade Germany is that every time you take a small city with a population of 27 people, it's like 3 billion infamy, which gets a little bit annoying at some point. It's like, oh, you want to incorporate Schaumburg-Lippe into your country? Yeah, well, that's actually going to be 6 infamy, buddy. That's cool. Ooh, that's fine. The VOC wasn't profitable for a while anymore due to the influence of Britain, the decline of spice-related prices, and that many crops could be grown in the Americas, which was closer, so cheaper to ship. True, it was actually over for the Dutch before it began. No, they had a good time. They had a good period of time where things were okay, but, yeah. Like, I'm sure having the Dutch East Indies was great before the East India Company really started creating everything that it creates. Also, the Confederates are definitely winning this one. In which case, I guess they just exist for the rest of the game. Okay. So, no great power America. That was easy. Invade Prussia, no balls? Okay. No balls it is then. How are we doing on those imports? Importing 82 iron. Does anybody want to, I don't know, expand something in this area at all? A little bit? No? Just gonna make food industries? That's cool, thank you. That's really neat. Okay, hold on. Since the rich people are getting on my nerves by not building things I want them to, we're going to tax services. No, we're not. We're going to tax tobacco. Which they really don't spend a lot of money on. So I'm actually more punishing the poor. But that's okay, because we don't care. We're going to tax luxury clothes as well. We're going to put on infinite taxes. And I'm going to unpause this. And I'm going to feed 10 billion production into this one province. No, I won't. I keep forgetting because we have absolutely no construction speed in there. Darn it. That's why nobody's building stuff, is because we have no construction speed because there's so much turmoil. Right, okay. New plan. New plan. We're going to do this, which is important because we want to use it for this. We're going to increase law enforcement so that eventually we will be able to build in here. And in the meantime, I'm going to fix the fact that I just increased my bureaucracy. Because I just did something incredibly expensive. So, we're going to instead build a paper mill in here. Rich not doing what you want, punish the poor. Real. Unfortunately, the rich simply have too much money, so... Tragically, we're going to have to offload their punishment to the people who have no power. Actually, why is there so much turmoil? Why are you so angry? I mean, yeah, you got conquered, but like... It's not that bad. What if I just want to build up the economy? What if I'm actually just guiding the poor people of Hanover towards prosperity, and they just don't... They don't see the vision yet. Is their culture accepted? No. They're second-class citizens. Shoot. Yeah, and it's also not going to change for a little bit either. I could go towards cultural exclusion, but I don't think there's value in that for us. So... Yeah, that's a shame. That's really unfortunate. Maybe I should have actually made them a subject then. Like, now that I'm really thinking about it. Also, UI bug. Hold on. Thank you. Maybe I should have made them a subject just that I could start building in them, because otherwise the turmoil is so bad. Could I actually do that still? Nope. That's awkward. Think I found the reason for the turmoil? No. I think they're just delusional. German second-class citizens in the Netherlands? Are we doing a Dutch ethno-state run? No, not intentionally. It's just kind of how it is right now. Well, my reputation has increased, recovered, sure. And company. Hold on, I got stun locked. Friesland Paper. That seems like a terrible company to make. I would much prefer to wait. Can I make this? No, that's Ile-de-France. Okay, I think I would rather wait until I can make, I don't know. What do I want? It actually isn't even a bad idea to go with this one. It's the same one I went with in my video, but the reason this is good is because that 10% colony growth speed is actually impactful. It seems like what's the point, right? Like, it's only 10%, it can't be that good. But actually, it's additive, which means that when you have your minus 95% from malaria, it makes it minus 85%. Or in other words, it actually triples your colonization speed before you get... what's that technology called? Malaria prevention. You go from getting 5% of your normal colony growth speed to 15%. So, like, it actually does stuff. But anyway, we don't really have anything to give this company, or to make a company with. Because this sucks, and we don't care about this. Increase assimilation. Interesting. That's actually really good. But tragically, we can't really do much with this. We can make it the Textile Company of Holland. Right. Okay, we're going to hold off on the companies for now. Don't the Dutch have a company that has 10% colony growth, but instead of tea, it's oil? Yes. Yeah, we have the... this one. The oil company does give you the colony growth speed, which is quite good. We can also build Philips, which gives innovation, but because it's electric industries at this point, increased innovation is not that useful, because that's really late into the game. Also, let's take a look at the way things are with our market. We kind of need to expand our trade. It's one of the big things that we need to do. Just so we can, like, import stuff to make it a reasonable price. Let me just go ahead and expand that a little bit. Because I would like to change some of my methods of production. But to do that, we're going to need to be able to, like, import the stuff we need. Yeah, we're definitely looking to take Belgium as soon as possible. The problem is pretty evident, though. Yeah. So I'm trying to be friends with England and France. Britain and France. Also, hold on, let me look again at my current stuff here. Lacking interest in anywhere? Anything that can help me with this? Yes. For cloth, I'm importing from Greece? Really? Mostly Greece? No. Mostly the Confederates. That actually makes a lot of sense. Okay, so we'll get an interest over there. And I think I might also want an interest in Niger. Ooh, he's a Democrat. We could use that for better voting, maybe. You're able to sell your African stuff to Britain or France to get them to like you. Do you mean sell, like, stuff from Africa? Like, goods produced from Africa? Or do you mean, like, give them territories? Why do you have Western Hanover? Because it has iron. Well, because I conquered it, but yeah. Also, did I never actually sign this agreement? Oh yeah, what do you know? Okay, maybe I should do that. Maybe. Wait a second, you were willing to do this and now you're not. Oh. Okay, sure. We'll start with this then, actually. What do you want? Investment rights? I really don't think I'm looking to have my entire country owned by Britain, so maybe not right now. It also means we can buy something if we want to, but it's often very expensive. Anyway, we'll just call this the Dutch trade agreement for 10 years. Cool. This means we should get access to Britain's markets to import stuff cheaper. I really am importing a lot of wood, and I think I should probably fix that. I mean, I'm trying by building up a lot of wood. Inevitably, I will have to import a lot more at some point, but we'll see. Could ally Britain and get them to help you take on Belgium and France. It would be really difficult, I think, to get an alliance with Britain right now. Just because they're cautious towards us. And they're cautious because we have good relations, but I guess I did conquer a few things, and so they're a little upset at me for that. Also, yeah, the turmoil keeps getting worse in Germany. Could have something to do with the high taxes. Maybe. But I kinda need those high taxes. That's too bad. Let's see, maybe I can also improve relations with the French. Britain are friends with Hanover, so they're not... Yeah, well, I mean... Actually, no. I mean, they do have... No, that's between us and Britain. Britain has a domineering attitude towards Hanover. But anyway. Very high taxes. We love taxes. The peasants have to pay taxes so that I can build stuff, and then they will earn lower taxes later. Actually, let's check on our iron over here to see if it's... Oh, wow. It actually is producing iron. I didn't think they were actually going to do it. Okay. So in the Dutch market, we have some in Hanover, some in Sunda, and some for the trade centers. It really is just like the access. That's kind of an issue. Like, once this is done being incorporated, I think it'll solve a few problems. But for now, we do need to continue conquering stuff. So maybe we just clean up the rest of Indonesia. Could do that. Hand it over to my subject. Not Lanfine. Oh, they did that thing that's really annoying where they all improve relations with you to try and not get annexed. That's too bad, we're gonna do it anyway. Actually, what would be the highest value thing to invade right now? Obviously, Belgium, but we can't do that. That's too bad. Oldenburg, maybe? Austria would join. I mean, they wouldn't be able to do too much because they don't have a navy, and we're kind of... Well, no, they'll just walk through. Yeah, no, never mind. We're not doing that. Guyana for late game rubber. Not exactly the most doable at the moment. Oh, maybe Central America. Possibly. Why is the Confederacy around? Yes. I'm getting choice paralysis. Too many things to do. Too many countries I want to invade. In theory, I could even invade Mexico. Invade Haiti. The sugar plantations. I feel like unironically I should go after Mexico before they have like way too many people, because then it becomes impossible. "53 infamy. And New Granada will join in." It's kind of a tough one. It's kind of a tough one. I mean, how strong are you? 575. That's pretty bad, chat. You have skirmish infantry yet? Oh yeah. I mean, we don't have any ammunition. I would like to see the global trade for ammunition. Assuming anybody has produced ammunition. You'd think like Britain would, right? Yeah, okay, they have some ammunition. Check if they have line. Well, these guys will definitely have line infantry. Yeah, you know what? Hold on. I'm gonna upgrade these guys. And it's gonna be like, hey, we don't actually have any ammunition. That's a problem. Which is true. We're also going to add a subvention for imports on artillery. And one for... no, we're good on small arms, actually. Maybe some... Maybe subvention for import on man of wars. And then yes, we don't have any of that, so we're gonna add subventions and that stuff. Beautiful. Okay, you know what? Maybe we actually can invade Mexico right now. Yeah, no, we can probably do this. It's just gonna be really expensive. Like a lot of AE. And is it really worth it? I don't know. It just seems like a good idea before they get really big. It's a nice, easy war to start with. So you know what? Screw it, we take Mexico. Well, we take Mexico actually after I press the save button, because I don't trust anything in Victoria 3. Okay, we're going to do nothing, because we cannot move them anywhere. Okay, weird. Why can't I move this army? They are stuck in Germany. I would like to move them here. They cannot be moved. Spain declared rivalry? I didn't even do anything to you. Hello, can I please move my army? No? Okay. Be really cool. Why? Why? Cannot reach Rhine HQ? I think you can, actually. It's right here. You just gotta walk over there. Are we having a Vic3 moment? We might be having a Vic3 moment. Hold on. I can move these guys over. But I can't move... I'm gonna save the game. And then close it and reopen it, because I feel like we're having another Vic3 classic. It's really weird that I can't move my army when I should obviously be able to move my army. And while that loads, I'm actually going to use the washroom real quick, so I will be right back. Oops. Okay. Does the video game function? No, it doesn't. Okay, that's cool. Alright. This is a certified Victoria 3 classic. What do I even do? What do? I can't move my army because for some reason it just doesn't want to. We're cooked? We might be cooked. Why do they want this? Okay, you guys are going to transfer... You don't really have a lot that I want. I just want to add something on there so that they feel like they can back down and get a good deal out of backing down. So what if I prohibit you from trading in the world? Oh, that's expensive to do that. Never mind. What if... Nope, can't do that. Nope, can't do that. Can't do that either. Okay, I guess that's what we're going with. Sure. Alright. I don't want to do any of that either. Can I please have my army back? Please? Surprised no one actually decided to intervene in this. But anyway, please may I have my army back? They back down. Let's go. We don't even need the army. We're so back. And I can move it again. But wait. I can only move it into North Germany. I don't know why. I mean, it's really cool that we got Mexico as a subject, but what am I supposed to do with this now? I didn't think I'd get this far. Do we have a good ally? I regret to inform you we have no allies. Can you trade Mexico away for something? Is that possible? Unfortunately, no. That's one of the things that kind of irks me in the new update, is that you actually cannot transfer subjects in treaties. You can transfer states, but you can't transfer subjects. And that kind of sucks, because, for example, Britain usually doesn't annex the Mosquito Kingdom. They'll just kind of have it as a subject for the rest of the game. Which means if you want this, you can't buy it off of them, you have to invade for that. Like, you can buy this off of Britain, and you can buy this off of Britain, and the West Indies, but you can't buy this off them. You can't transfer subjects anymore? I mean, you can during war, but not peacefully. Okay, we're just gonna play it safe for a little bit. Since everybody hates us at this point. For some reason, the whole taking over Mexico thing wasn't seen in good light. I can't imagine why. Kind of weird. Man, I really wish my capitalists would build, like, literally anything else. We are getting a little bit more iron, though. Actually, where are we getting iron from? Oh, right, the trade centers. True. I did upgrade those. Minus 50%... because of... Yes? I don't know why. Well, I mean, partially because of just having mercantilism, but... yeah, I don't know. It's not like we technically invaded Mexico, technically, that's true. That's true, we just kind of asked them really nicely, and they agreed to be a subject because they're cool like that. We're just a couple of chill guys. Dudes being bros. Okay, I fear I might actually have to, further intervene in the economy. Or, you know what, maybe I should actually just reduce taxes. Maybe a little bit as a treat. Also, we got our public healthcare system, huge. Now, I would like to swap off of mercantilism, but the game says no. Yeah, I don't think we can change that. Ooh, how about racial segregation? That is an improvement over what we currently have, at least. Oh yeah, so as it turns out, reducing taxes actually reduces turmoil. Huh. Who could have guessed? So you're making sure Europe is getting colonized? Well, naturally, we have to make sure every continent is in on the fun. Can't skip out on Europe. We already have some of North America. Oh right, as a protectorate, they're actually not in my market. How can I get you to like me? Chat, I regret to inform you, Mexico is no longer a subject, and I don't know what happened. What? What? Man, you can't have anything in Victoria 3. They stole my Mexico. Can't have anything. Hold on, let me go back to my save. That can't be right. At least you got to keep your infamy. Yeah, I'm so glad for that. That's cool. That's really neat. Yeah, what? Okay, let me do this again. Because for some reason that worked last time. And we're gonna pause that. Okay, hold on, let me just... I'm gonna really look at it this time. I don't know if they're gonna back down. Okay. Yielding the primary war goal. They are a protectorate. Yes. Okay. Support the regime. Sure, we'll do that too. Improve relations. Okay. I'm gonna keep my eye on you. I don't know why things were not working, but we're just gonna keep an eye on Mexico. Mexico was at war? I mean, they're gonna be at war right now. Against Comanche. Nope. Nuh-uh. Stop it. Mexico breaks free. Oh, it's because of the stupid... Money's not even real, actually.
You would have a larger chunk of America as Vinland.
Thank you, Rosset, for the $2 US. That is true. True and real. Yeah, it's because this guy's my subject. And so, because this war started and it's declared against them... Hold on. Hold on. See, this is why you never play Iron Man Victoria 3. It's because, like, the least expected things imaginable just happen for, like, no reason. And also, it's like, wait a second. Wait a second. You are my subject. Yes. I am not allowed to join this war. Actually, I can join this war. I lied. I completely lied right there. Never mind. Okay, so that's what I had to do. That's what you have to do to make that work. Okay, now they should remain my subject. In theory. Okay, perfect. Okay, we're doing things. It's working out. Crisis averted. For now. Okay, the investment pool is actually making money despite the fact that we have no iron in here. But it's working. Somehow. Also, yeah, I will decrease taxes, actually. I'm gonna decrease taxes, maybe not that much. Also, does Mexico pay me money? No, they don't. They will if I decrease their autonomy. He had a war pending, you subjugated him, and did not get prompted to join. Did I get that right? Yes. So because I didn't join this colonial war that just happened, we lose them as a protectorate because one of the clauses of them being a protectorate is that you have to protect them. Go figure. But yeah, that pretty much is what happened. Also, I'm gonna build another one of these, I guess. Is it even worth building in the capital? I guess it's better than than Hamburg. Not Hamburg, Hanover. Might as well. There we go, public health insurance. We're gonna crank that up. And what else did I say? Yeah, we want this. That's gonna wait. It's gonna be 10 weeks before we can do that. Probably shouldn't happen with Diplo plays they're already involved in, or it should give you a notification. That's pretty true. Okay, hopefully this time we can pass racial segregation instead. Because hopefully it means that Hanover is less upset at me. You guys are still making money? Really? Okay. We can bump it up again, I guess. I feel like Hanover has been nothing but a drain on resources the entire game. No, that's not true. That's not true. They do have some iron they've been contributing. Off to a good start with that bill. That's lovely. That's really cool. Mexico is no longer increasing their liberty desire, so that's a good start. Embargo against Belgium. Who's in this? Anti-Belgian Association? That's a lot of people. I mean, what do we import from Belgium? Also, can I have Belgium? Nope. Okay, never mind. One of the downsides is that it's hard to tell exactly what you're importing from who at this point. We're importing artillery from Belgium. I think it would be a bad idea to embargo them, Chad. Well, no, I can get that stuff from elsewhere. It's fine. Ooh, I'm importing a lot of tools from Belgium, actually. Yeah, but we hate those guys, so... we'll get them from elsewhere, it's fine. Oh, also, we are a great power. Which means, in theory, I should create a power block. Just because I can at this point. Artillery only in my Vic3? Yes. Wonder how viable that is. Probably not very, because it has like no defense. If you continue to attack, you simply don't need the defense stat, actually. Tank only run. Also, let's see, why exactly am I... oh, because my Navy power projection. Yeah, because I was going to say, our economy absolutely sucks. It is in shambles. There's an org penalty if you don't have any infantry. Oh, right, yeah, no, that's true. I forgot about that. Just like the Dutch economy back then, after the East India Company broke down. Listen. It's not that bad. We'll fix it. Okay. Me when 3D models. Okay, interesting. Why is it like this? Okay, square. Does that break things? No, just the top one does. Okay, cool. Alright, let's go with... Oh, never mind, it broke it. That's... What? Why? Why is it like this? For the Dutch Empire... That's pretty fire, actually. Kind of boring, kind of typical. But it still checks out. We'll go with that. Let's see. Definitely has to be orange for the primary color. Although I might do a little something like this. Then maybe we make that a little bit more... Yeah. We do this. You can click the letters and it brings up a menu, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, I think it's just for these ones. Yeah. We'll do that. Sure. Is this not centered? There's no way. Oh, a lot of this isn't centered. Oh my god. Now that I notice it, I can't unnotice it. Like the emblem, the star here at the top is not centered with the frame, and the frame is not centered with the middle of the crown. And so like the emblem isn't centered with the actual floral bit here either. Oh no. Anyway. These look vaguely tulip enough. That's the vibe we're going with. That doesn't look very tulip to me. Those aren't tulips. That's close enough. Also, Association of Syndicates is a crazy default name. The Ouchie Convention, let's go. Oh right, because it's a trade league, I'm stupid. There we go. Alliance of the Hag is actually not a bad name. Chat, am I crazy or has exploitation of members never actually been that good? I mean, it does give you income transfer. It's not good? Of course, no one likes to be exploited. Okay, true. But also, I look at that and it's like minus 20 power block cohesion is kind of crazy. Just for some authority and influence? I mean, when you compare it to this is crazy. The 20 authority per subject does go kind of insane. Yeah, we're definitely taking that one. Alliance of the Hang. You know what? Maybe we do just go with that name. I can always change it later. And everyone likes me a little bit less because they're like, hey, is that a new power block? Which, I mean, kind of, but barely. Ooh, it actually decreases the liberty desire for all subjects. I didn't know that. Cool. At Corbett admitted he's stupid clipping that. That's true. True and real. I think I say that at least like twice a stream. Probably. Also, why are you being invaded by... Is that Austria? How are you letting this happen? Austria has approximately 3 ships. 5 ships. My bad. How did you... Okay. Anyway. Austria declared rivalry. I'm just a little guy, though. I don't even... I haven't even done anything. Okay, so who hates me at this point? Austria, Belgium, Spain. Okay, well, I hate you too. Austria, I thought we could be friends, actually. Like, don't you want to beat up Prussia together? I know you want to beat up Prussia. Isn't that one of your favorite pastimes? Okay, well, for now, that's fine, I guess. Excellent next step for our attempts to improve our citizenship laws. I think things are going to go really well for trying to integrate Germany. Man. Do we just power through it? I think we do at this point, because I've increased law enforcement almost to the maximum level, so we might just power through it at this point. And to eat the construction cost. What's the current plan? Current plan is try to industrialize using Hanover. Problem is, the people in Hanover don't like me very much. Possibly because of the high taxes. But that's just kind of too bad. So... the next plan is to try and just brute force our way through constructing in Hanover, despite the fact that everybody there hates us. And I think it's going to work, to be honest. It's going to be really expensive, but I think it's going to work. We just have to stop relying on iron imports so much, so that we can actually construct things for cheaper. Because, yeah, this is really bad. Oh, right, especially because we were importing iron from Belgium, and we have embargoed them. Right. Yeah, okay, so we just have to industrialize. That's the main plan right now. Belgium embargoed you themselves? Yeah. I mean, yeah. Yeah. We're not exactly on speaking terms with Belgium, but we will be on invading terms with them soon. Well, it's looking kind of cooked, I can't lie. Perhaps Germany will never like me, but I'm gonna do my best. That is a good idea. Then hopefully we can also set up like an iron company. Maybe. What companies can we set up? Ooh. Right, if we have construction 3, this is a really good company. I love the new company so much, but it gives me choice paralysis. Because I don't know which ones I want to go with. Okay. Okay. Turns out that the people, the Dutch themselves actually, the people of the Netherlands really do not want to grant the Germans anything higher than second-class citizenship. That's really great. Are we going to see an early Italian unification as well? Because that would be interesting. Oh! Whoa, 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 whoa. Hold on, hold on. Never before seen. The private sector constructing iron? In this economy? No. This can't be. And atmospheric engine. Wait, don't I have coal somewhere? I know that we built coal somewhere. Not we, but the private sector did. Okay, but obviously that's not located within the country. You know what? Screw it. We're gonna import that coal. It's fine. I mean, it's not that fine, but we'll figure it out. See? And then that's actual iron, which we can use to actually build things. No way. Constructing iron in Mexico. Hey, it's better than nothing. It also gives us more control over Mexico. What do we want out of this? Honestly, we want to build up the economy, so we will get the iron mine throughputs. We need iron to be cheap, so that construction is cheap, so that we can build everything else. Go for that as well, actually. And then, how is this colonization doing? A lot better in theory. You can also bump it up by 1. Okay, things are happening, allegedly. I hear rumors of an economy. That sounds like us Dutchies, no love for our neighbors. But if you think about it, Dutch is,
Actually.
Your meat monolith is my favorite video of yours.
Thank you, Rosshead, for the $2 super chat. I forgot about that video. That was like a year and a half ago. Without context, I know what it seems like without context. But it's just, I promise you, it's just a copy pasta. Anyway, I was gonna say, if you think about it, Dutch is like German, but even lower German. You know how there's like High German and Low German? It's like lower German. You know what I mean? Yeah, I'm sticking with that. Isn't the... God. Isn't the me monolith video on OnlyFans? No, it's actually just safe enough to put on YouTube. It's actually... Yeah, I don't know why. I can't imagine. Did you figure out why your army was getting stuck in Hanover? Nope, I think it's actually still stuck in Hanover. Yep. I can't move it. I don't know why. Also, turmoil's going down. That's good. You also have no trade capacity. That's not good. How are you using 4 out of 2 trade capacity? Okay, anyway. Okay, so they're gonna hire people. That's cool. We're actually building some stuff. Neat. Number 9 producer, we're building like nothing. But that's cool, I guess. Or are we exporting iron? No, okay, I figured we wouldn't be, because that wouldn't make much sense. Never mind. Dutch is actually not Low German, it's Low Franconian. That's like close enough. As a Dutch person myself, I can confirm Dutch and German are similar. Problem is that it's a 50-50 toss-up if you should use the same word or not. Half the time, the word we use also has gone out of use in German, so you end up sounding like an idiot. And Dutch doesn't do gender assignment to words anymore? Okay, never mind, screw it. I wasted all that time learning German, I should have learned Dutch instead. I'll take any language that stops using gendered articles, because they're incredibly annoying. Trying to gamble. Is it worth spending more money on expanding the iron? Or hope that my capitalists actually do it anyway? You know what? I'm gonna have a little bit of misplaced faith in the capitalists. Surely they will do something right. Rip. Oh, that was the guy that I actually liked. Well, shoot. Here goes the Admiral. They are actually building a lot of tooling workshops, which is something that I need them to build. So, surprisingly, they're not doing a terrible job. What is this? Oh, I think that's a terrible idea. Yeah, maybe we shouldn't actually beef with Belgium at the moment. Yeah, no, we're not doing that. We're not doing that. Not yet. Is this where they sell the best tulips in the whole of the Netherlands? Yeah, we should actually have... We should have a new company just for the Netherlands. And a new prestige trade good. That's just Dutch tulips. I don't know what it would be a prestige good version of, but I think it's necessary. It's still annoying Dutch instead has words that have de or het, and that is basically just random what to use. At least German has rules. Oh. Het used to be non-neutral. Wait, so, like, they're not actually... How do you distinguish between them then? Like, what's the point? What if you just, like, use one of them and that's it? Problem solved. You would sound very dumb. Okay, but, like, not if everyone makes that change. What if everyone just decides, we're gonna stop doing that? Because that sounds stupid. And then they stop doing it, and then all the problems are solved. Also, I think I'm going to have to actually subsidize my ports. All of my ports. That is subsidized. Oops. Okay, because I have no convoys. And that actually is kind of a problem. Screw it, we're gonna upgrade all the production methods. Yeah, we need to build more ports actually, because we have no convoys. Basically, der for words that used to be der or die in German, and het is used for das words. So, like, they basically are part of a gendered system then. Bruh. Am I blind, or are there no manual trade routes anymore? There are. There are, if you so choose to use them. You can draft a treaty and do a goods transfer in exchange for something else. But yeah, if you want to sell your surplus, then you do just build trade centers, and it's not just like, oh, hope they do it. It's like, they will do it. Like, they will sell it if it's profitable. But yes, you need to build a lot of trade centers. These things are really important. Need to build more construction, but I'm stuck building ports and I don't have enough money to, like, support constructing things faster. Plus, we have, like, no iron still. The rich have too much money. More at 8. Limburg is a subject, yeah. But to integrate them, I need nationalism. And also I need to invade Belgium. It's irrelevant for the Limburg thing, but it's true anyway, so. I do still have Mexico, right? Yes, I do. Nice. Paradox game where automation works? I know, surprising, but it actually functions. Corbett got the bad option. I don't think I got the worst option. I didn't get a good option, but I didn't get the worst one. The worst one, I think, is where they just keep Limburg and I lose Luxembourg. I think that's the bad option. They're still making so much money. We can't keep up with the amount of construction we need. Waiter, more construction, please. Actually, can I go ahead and please pass this? I'm gonna try a third time, please. Please let me pass this. Oh wait, hold on. What if I just bring you in? Yeah, that makes it easier. Please, please let me pass this. I need the Germans to not hate me. Okay, so the thing is, ports are only built when they're profitable. Problem is that ports are often not profitable, which means that I'm going to have to build them and subsidize them just so that we have enough convoys, which is a little bit annoying, but it's fine. Corbett, why are you desperate to have racial segregation? Seems a bit weird. It's an improvement. It's better than national supremacy. Marginally. Baby steps. You have to walk before you can run. Do not take that quote out of context. Man, Victoria 3. It's like shit CK3 players say, but worse. Worse in several ways. American brain moment, but was segregation ever a thing anywhere besides the US? I mean, probably. Hold on, we can like easily check that, can't we? That seems pretty Google searchable. In theory. Hold on. Places in the world where segregation happened. Oh, there's an entire Wikipedia article for it. Of course. South Africa? Yeah, that's a pretty famous one, actually. That's true. That's pretty true. Google apartheid. Yeah, that's a pretty big one. That's one of the more famous ones, yeah. Apparently, there were a lot of cases in Imperial China. Belgian Congo, yup. French Algeria. Rhodesia, that's a pretty big one. Uganda. Yeah, okay, it turns out there's like a lot. Like, it's a really big Wikipedia page, actually. Alright, chat, the infamy is ticking down. Who do we go after next? I still think it's really funny that we have Mexico. I didn't expect to get Mexico early in the game, but screw it, why not? Next we go after Brazil. No, I don't think we can go after Brazil, but we can... We don't need that. We could go after the Caribbean, actually. Or like Korea? Ooh, can I take over Korea? No. Persia? No, I feel like Britain would kill me. How are you doing over there in the Ottoman Empire? Still fine? Okay, sure. Okay, Ethiopia it is. Look how strong the USA is after they lost. They are not looking too hot. Are we gonna have the Dutch America timeline? Because that would be very funny. I feel like I could. I actually could subjugate them. Because they're a major power and I'm a great power. And their technology kind of sucks. They don't have a very large navy. Chat, I think I can actually subjugate America. Wait, is that true? Diplomatic demands. Where's my button? Ah, shoot. Okay, so being a major power actually prevents me from being able to make them into a protectorate. I mean, I could actually subjugate the Confederate States. Britain would get involved. Okay, so maybe not. Maybe I just go after Haiti. Haiti seems like easy to subjugate. Or Haiti. Yeah, they're just gonna get, like, ping-ponged back and forth between being a French subject to a Dutch subject. Can you retake New Amsterdam at least? For 32 infamy, I am not taking New York. 32 infamy? You're out of your mind. Treaty port in New York as a treat. True. I mean, they wouldn't do it for free, obviously, but... We could. But I feel like we have better uses of our time. And infamy. Actually, I do want this. It's a good idea. And then I also want nationalism, so that I can integrate Limburg. Still waiting for my chance. One day, I will take Belgium. It will happen. Well, here we go. We can actually make the Helre home goods. I think I pronounced that correctly. Because at least it's something. We can get, what, how many companies? Because technically we can get another one from our power block. I think it's 4 companies, right? In theory. We get our first one. Do I have 1 or 2 right now? 1 company, okay. That's 2. This is 3. 4. 5. 5 companies. Okay, we can start with this one then. It seems alright enough. At least it produces something that everyone needs, which is furniture, so we can start to make money a little bit easier. Also, on furniture, we're going to get rid of the export tariffs. And you can also have... Ooh, not a bad idea to actually also give them logging rights. Let's do that. There we go. So that company should be the only one that's allowed to produce furniture. The furniture manufactories. Which means, since it is the only one allowed to have it, we should always get the throughput bonus. And we should always get the prestige version of the good whenever it's possible. That's the idea. Okay, well, surprisingly, we're actually building stuff. And we have little turmoil. You know what? I'm gonna up taxes again. I'm doing it. More taxes. Almost time for the Heavenly Kingdom to pop out of Qing. True. Also, Hong Kong's looking a little different these days. Interesting. Hold on, I've been added. Okay, hold on 1 second. Okay, nice. Why is Taiwan on fire? It just does that sometimes. Yeah, because the British are there, that's true. Little known fact, but the British are kind of like, you know, that type of hawk that picks up flaming branches and it, you know, just like throws them around to create wildfire? They just kind of do that. Can Vic3 Netherlands form Burgundy? I don't think so. Also, you know what I should do? Domestic manufacturing of weapons. Please, I just want to pass the bill. I just want to pass one thing. We can form the Netherlands? You can form Burgundy, but not really. Depends on the government type. Wait, what? Like, does that mean just forming the United Netherlands gets flavor text? Or is it an actual separate formable tag? It is not a formable. Okay, I see. That makes a lot more sense. Because I was going to say, I mean, I looked at it and I didn't see a Burgundy, so... When you go autocracy, you become Burgundy. That's kind of weird. It's crazy just how much companies pick up expansion of everything, everywhere. Well, everything that they can actually expand. Ooh. Sure, we'll take that. As soon as you build a company, it's amazing because like 64% company construction bonus is kind of crazy. Okay, so who can we invade next? Not you, because Austria. Not you, because Austria. Not you, because Prussia and Austria. I think we're off to a really good start here. Okay, so everyone in Germany hates me. That's good. I mean, understandable. I can totally see why. How's the Dutch East Indies going? They are Dutch and they are in the East. The Indies might have been a bit of an exaggeration. Yeah, I don't know. It's just they're kind of chilling. Could actually annex them. And I've heard some people say that you should annex your colonies. Like, directly annexing the Raj is allegedly a good thing. 1v1 Prussia? I don't think we're doing that. Something tells me it just might not be very doable. Okay, yeah, we also own 14% of Mexico's GDP. Lovely. In fact, I would like to decrease their autonomy at some point so that they start actually paying me money. But until then, how about we... I could just annex them. No. We could turn Haiti into a protectorate. The Ottomans might get involved. I don't believe you. Venezuela could, but I don't care. Yeah, we'll go after Haiti. It's probably fine. Oh shoot, I can't actually invade anybody because my army is stuck. Damn it. Hold on, can I just... I do this and then fix it like that? No. Oh shoot. I forgot the game's bugged. Oh no. Oh no. Does Hanover have a port? It has several. Uh-oh. We're gonna gamble and see if we can just have them back down as well. Please back down. What is even happening here, man? Why not create a new army somewhere else and transfer the units? We cannot physically move the units, so they cannot be transferred to a different army. Like if I do this, they can't reach the army. Delete the army? I know it's the only solution because video game, but it just kind of sucks. Before I delete that army, first I want to start building this army up. Maybe a new general? I feel like we tried that. Yeah, no, it doesn't change anything. What happens if I disband this army? Oh, wait, I'm dumb. Anyway, as we were saying, I forgot that the way it works in Victoria 3 is that the units teleport to the new army. Okay, we are back. But I still kind of want them to back down. Please back down. We don't have to do this. Oh, well, okay, now I guess we have to do this. It would be really nice if I could just take these islands off the coast, because they seem like they could be pretty important. Just a hunch that I have. Let's go. We're so back. The voices. The voices are trying to convince me. The voices are very loud. But no, not yet. Ooh, Mexico, hey, do you want to be a puppet, actually? Wait, what's my... Oh, we do not have the prestige multiplier for that. Never mind. We should not do that, probably. Haiti and the Confederates in the same power block looking at each other. Don't worry, if we subjugate the Confederates, we will force them to ban slavery. Because slavery is, of course, banned throughout the Dutch Empire. Well, in theory. Just don't look at that. Oh yeah, did I finish colonizing here? No, okay. Actually, we could start building more iron there, but I'm gonna let my private sector do all that work. I had one game of Vic3 where more than half the slaves in the CSA were Yankees. Crazy how that works. Out of curiosity. Okay, no. I was gonna say, like, is that even possible? Like, does that still happen? No. Okay, it doesn't seem like it. Also, wait a second. That is a surprisingly good standard of living for literal slaves. Like a 12 standard of living? That's a better standard of living than some of the population in the Netherlands. That's crazy. That's crazy how that works. Started as France, their average is 11.3. Why don't you invade Belgium? No reason. Just didn't feel like it. You know? Speaking of which, hey, let's try and be friends with all the countries that like Belgium to see if they can like me better. Hi Britain, do you want to have an alliance actually? That would be amazing. I think that would be an excellent idea. Actually, what else do you want? Or how about, instead of an alliance, what about a defensive pact? No? Why do you not want this now? Weird. Please? Please, 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 please? Please? What if I don't put any tariffs on sugar? They like that. What if we just extend that a little bit? 90% chance? What if I promise no subventions on sugar? You guys love sugar, don't you? And what if I just don't go with... No, I'm gonna go with the obligation, it's fine. An alliance with Britain for 25 years, let's go. Huge. Now, with that being said, will you please help me invade? Nope. Never mind. All right, that's cool. Because of course they're guaranteeing. Yeah. Yep. Also, I don't know why France is guaranteeing Belgium when they clearly don't want to guarantee Belgium. And it's no longer binding, and they actually don't have to guarantee Belgium. Same with Prussia. They actually don't want it anymore, but they're gonna do it anyway. That's really cool. Thank you. Okay, well, I think it's time that we actually upgrade the army. Because we do have ammunition now. In theory. What if I just have lower subventions? That should do it. Did we get Haiti? Yes. Our brand new colony. And in this timeline, there's no America that is strong enough to stop me from doing whatever I want. No Monroe Doctrine. Sad, small America. The Metal Guild isn't a terrible idea, but you know what's a better idea? Making a Steel Guild. Not that one. Where is it? Here we go. This is actually better, because you can get refined steel, which is a prestige good, and you can also give it the ability to construct iron. But I'm wondering if for the time being, like until we have good steel... Actually, why don't they just make steel? I can just do that. I can use it for like tools and stuff. How much do I need? 5, I think. Yes, okay, we can do that. Ooh. I don't know if we're looking for migration attraction for Holland right now. We'll take the research. I think we're having a bit of a recruiting issue. And why is that? Oh, never mind. I think it's just because I'm expanding the army. That makes sense. I feel like there's so much choice in what you can do with treaties now that it feels like if I'm not spending my influence on some kind of treaty, then I'm wasting my time, or I'm wasting potential. Then I don't even know what I want. Because do I want investment rights? Well, no, because I kind of want to invest in my own colonies. So that I can increase my control. So, I don't know. Let me check the market real quick, because I have a feeling I'm accidentally putting tariffs on things that I don't want to put tariffs on. That's a lot of sugar exporting. Well, I mean, all of that's from the Dutch East Indies, right? Yeah. So they're making a bunch of money for me, which they're paying me in taxes, kind of. Am I not exporting furniture yet? I feel like I should be. Guess not. Okay. Oh, we've just been building a bunch of glass. I see. Actually, in that case, do we want to maybe make leaded glass and import lead? Can we do that, actually? We have some trade capacity. I feel like we could do that. Probably. Because then you don't have to build as many glassworks. Gonna go to the gym but decided to have pizza instead. Real. You know what was absolutely devastating, actually? Is yesterday, after working until like 8 o'clock, I wasn't even done the video at that point, but I worked pretty late up to, you know, whenever I decided to get dinner. And I'm like, you know what? I've just been working the last 2 days. I'm a little too lazy to make dinner right now. So, I'm gonna go get something. And you know what's devastating? is when you go to the chicken place and the guy recognizes you and knows your name. Like the guy at the front counter. I had a lot to reflect on after that. I mean, it could be because it was a mobile order and I walked in at the exact time that it said it was ready. And so he could have like read the mobile order name and been like, oh yeah. But I thought about that a lot. Stopped going to a takeaway when I found out I had a nickname there because I had so many chicken parmas from there. It's like, it's devastating to think of. It's like, man, there's no way I go to this place that often, right? And in my case, I genuinely do only go to this same place, maybe like once a month. It's not even that often. But the thing is, every time I go, it's the same guy working the counter. It's always the same dude. So like, I recognize his face. And he probably recognizes me too. Because every time I go in, it's him. He's working the front counter. I guess it also helps when I order like the same thing every time. Probably, yeah. I'm not exactly making a good case for myself. Okay, so we do have steel production, which is being used in something, in theory. Arms industries, that makes a lot of sense actually. I forgot about those. That's fine, we can bring it down by one level, then bring it back up. Ooh, yeah, we'll take that. Okay, infamy is back down once more. Yeah, I really need to work on that prestige. I'm so close from dropping out of great power status, which would be devastating. Let me see here. Well, yeah, the investment pool has a ton of money, so I just need to finish building this steel and then we're fine. Who's this? Traditionalist? Nope. Uh-oh. I'm sure it's fine. Okay, so steel needs to be more expensive. So we're gonna do that. And then also I need universities. Anyway, I need to establish a colony. Put one in here, actually. Maybe having a good fleet will help. We do have a pretty good fleet right now. But it could be better. Okay, we have 2 of the steel mills now. The problem is that iron is simply too expensive still. Despite our best efforts. Well, in theory, if we swap... Okay, we did just swap. Shoot. I was gonna say, if we swap to steel from iron for our tool production, then that should make iron cheaper to build more steel with, right? I mean, I'm just gonna do that across the board, but... oh, maybe... Hold on, let me look at my total imports for stuff. Am I actually importing, like, any kind of iron? I'm importing barely some iron, okay. Importing some tools, which we shouldn't have to do soon. We're importing steel, too? Yeah, we should not be importing steel. But I think we can fix that soon. I guess it's fine for now while we build up the industry, but... Yeah, see, there you go. So iron should be like a little cheaper because we're swapping it out. Defensive pact with Russia. Sure. I'll take one of those. Exchange for trade privileges. Allows Russia to build in the Netherlands. I mean, Russia doesn't have a lot of capital anyway, so I think this is actually fine. Yeah, this is fine. For 10 years. Belgium has iron? It sure does. It also has my fate, my doom, on it. How's that Belgian GDP? Quite substantial, actually. And Britain wouldn't even actually help me. Very cool. Thank you, Britain. We might actually have too much steel. What if I can get rid of the export tariffs? Maybe we just export steel. I feel like we could reasonably do that, at least for a time being. Okay, infamy is back down. Shoot. Mexico would help the Confederates. I don't really know what to think about that. I thought you liked me. No, they just don't hate me. I see. Can I do this? Yeah, but you don't like it very much. Kind of figured that would be an issue. Okay. Yeah. Well, at least they're temporarily gonna give me some money. That's such an ugly color for Mexico to be. I hate it. It just feels wrong. Oh, also, chat, is the audio for the game audible at all? Hopefully. Like the music, at least? That's the main concern? Yes? Okay, perfect. Sometimes I'll be several hours into a stream and someone will be like, oh, there's music in the background? That's crazy. And just one more of these. There we go. We can build Hanover Premium Steel, giving us the prestige good at some point eventually, but at the very least giving us state construction efficiency, and they will eventually just build more steel. On top of that, I actually need you to get the iron industry rights. So I'm going to go over here and do nothing, actually. Well, hold on. Do you have regional company headquarters literally anywhere right now? Home goods in here. Okay, you do have regional headquarters. Okay, fine. Let's not get rid of those. In that case, we can actually just get rid of, let's say, like one of these. No, we'll get rid of this, actually. Because we don't get a lot from that. And we'll put this instead, and we'll actually get rid of these. Then you can also have iron rights and a monopoly on steel. And that should be good. Ooh, nice. We'll go with... I guess I'll go with this. That's fine. What happened in Peru? Yes. The tale... It's like the tale of the Three Kingdoms, but across the Pacific. They're all Peru, but who's the real Peru? Who can say? I'm gonna pick up my pizza, try not to do anything exciting or interesting. Okay, quick chat, we're gonna invade China. Quick, we're going to invade Belgium and form the United Netherlands. Is Mexico your protectorate? They're actually a puppet. They don't like being a puppet. We're gonna have to fix that. But yes. Oh, also, right, we do have enough infamy. Can I do literally anything? Nope, because Prussia and France say no. Thank you, very cool. Alright, let's go and invade literally anyone else. Dynam, maybe? Could I get away with that? I feel like I could get away with that. Maybe. Treaty port in China. That would be a little bit of a tough sell. They are rather strong, although if I want a treaty port, I could take one in Formosa. You could take actual Hong Kong. I don't think I could take actual Hong Kong. What do we have over here in this colony? Absolutely nothing being built. That's cool. I'm glad I'm colonizing that. Okay, maybe we just invade Central America. What if I just actually invade Venezuela? Actually, let me think for a second. What does the Empire need in the long run? Right now, we're gonna need more iron. Like, we have some iron, but it's gonna run out at some point. Which we can actually kind of get from our subjects. Like, Mexico has iron. To a point. And so does the Dutch East Indies. We have rubber from Mexico and the Dutch East Indies. We have sulfur. We should have lead. Silk? Can you guys produce silk? I feel like you can, but I haven't confirmed all of the East Indies. Where do I get silk from? Here we go. We do not want import tariffs on silk. We get all of it from trade centers, damn. Opium? True, we do need opium. Okay, we don't have any silk. In which case we return to Dainam. Of course I am. Siam actually seems easier to control. Oh, actually, you know what I might do in that case? I might conquer these guys and then use this as a front to invade Siam. Yeah, I like that idea better. Yeah, so we should annex this guy, hand all this stuff over to the Dutch East Indies. Yeah, we'll do that. Unless Qing gets involved. That would be very funny. Please don't. How about this guy? This seems safer. We'll go with that. That's fine. Here's debate on protectionism. Back the trade unions? No, who cares? They're too small to matter. Reactionary movement gains popularity. And who are you? A Luddite? That's pretty cringe. You know what, actually? I will back the trade unions. Why not? Here we go. Stylish furniture. We have our first prestige good. This should swap over. Let's go. So the prestige goods... Allegedly, they are consumed more by pops. And have better trade advantage. Nice. So in theory, we should be making a lot of money off this. Number 2 prestige furniture producer. Just behind Mexico, that's funny. Oh right, it would be just behind Mexico because our company owns several parts of Mexico. Or several buildings in Mexico. It is kind of funny that your subjects can, like, steal that prestige from you. Even though it's your company that's producing all that. What's the combat like in Vic3? No battles even with the updates? I mean, there are battles. Just not like maneuvering your army into each individual province. Illegitimate government. Do we have that election? Oh, we haven't even had the election yet. Okay, we'll just wait for that then. Kinda sucks when I'm trying to enact protectionism, though. The strongest advocates for protectionism are actually the rural folk. I guess we can do this temporarily. Alright, okay, so Mexico, of course, is going to ask... I'm probably going to grant Mexico more autonomy when they do ask. Just because I can't really hold on to them. There we go, we're going to pass that off to the Indies as well. Actually, it's not going to be any easier for them to work with this either, but that's too bad. Next. So Qing definitely gets involved in this one, that sucks. And Denmark is just Denmark. Okay, can I invade this country? Yes. Okay, perfect. There we go, protectionism should allow us to trade much easier than before. We also don't have a lot of people available to work back home in the Netherlands. Like, I've been trying to make it like the manufacturing hub. That's the whole idea behind colonialism, in a sense. Everyone else makes the raw resources, and then they bring them back home into the actual imperial heartland. Then we manufacture things and sell them back to the colonies. It's that pesky made in label that gives them the prestige? True. Instant GDP increase, let's go. How are we doing in terms of our prestige? Not great. We only have a 1.5 times modifier for prestige. Because Mexico got free prestige from my company. Yeah. Okay, that's gonna be an easy one. Let me just grab these guys and put them here. Also, yeah, I think the Dutch East Indies army is also entirely locked in here. So that's cool. Okay, Mexico wants more autonomy, and if I say no, they're going to hate me, so... Yeah, okay, that's fine. How are my exports doing? Me when no exports? At least not of the stuff that I want to export. Really wish I was exporting furniture right now. Or at least building more furniture. Yeah, the problem is that we have like no population. Problem is also that our population is going to Mexico. Yeah, that's kind of an issue. I would much prefer if our population did not leave for Mexico, actually. Like, if they're gonna go somewhere, at least redirect them to Holland. That's a lot better. Oh, what do you know? Actually, maybe I could have done this the entire time and it would have made my life significantly easier. Like, maybe I get rid of that too. And actually, as it turns out, maybe you just need to encourage immigration and then it happens. That's crazy. Who could have guessed? Okay, next. Can I invade you? Nope, that's Qing. Okay. Siam. That's Burma. But probably doable. If we just wait like a year, maybe. Has anyone here gotten the opportunity to actually try out the DLC? I mean, it is out today. Oh, right, free government reform. We should do that because we have protectionism. And then what else do I want? I feel like we're kind of fine for now, for laws. At least for stuff that we can change. I would like to get rid of child labor and get some workers' rights, but... yeah, we'll see. Ain't getting any Paradox DLC without a steep discount. I can't even blame you. Played as the East Indies a bit, definitely makes the economy more fun than before. That is true. We have like a new scoreboard to worry about. You know how like normally in a lot of campaigns you would kind of measure the success either by like how much money you're making or like the GDP or population or like the area on the map that you have? But now we have companies. And it's like a side objective to get your companies to be the most profitable in the world. Speaking of which, ooh. Oh yeah, I kept on getting achievements during my video run. But I couldn't actually get any of the achievements because the update hadn't come out yet. I wonder which ones I've actually gotten then. Well, I guess it doesn't really matter. Anyway, we're gonna send you... we can't even send you there, really. I don't get military access in my own subjects. Kind of interesting. Nationalism, nice. We can use that to integrate... what's it called? Lippe? No, that's not Lippe. Limburg. Oh, this would be good, actually. Proportional taxation. We want triage. We basically just need to supercharge the army, I think. Get as much money as possible, improve the army as much as possible, and then just see what I can do. I can at least call in Russia, probably, but... yeah. They really are guaranteeing that Belgian independence. Russia doesn't even like Belgium anymore. They're still guaranteeing their independence. It seems like everyone is starting to sour on Belgium, actually. Well, not quite. Back, what did I miss? We just kind of invaded a few guys over here. And then we're gonna go after Siam. Because they can make silk for us. Speaking of which, let's go ahead and do that. Burma and Cambodia get involved. I don't think they're going to be that strong. We do have a pretty advanced military. I think it's going to be okay. In theory. Actually, let's see if we can get them to back down too. It's really funny every time it happens. So just out of curiosity. Would you like to give me a handful of grain? Ooh. Burma joins. See, I don't really want to do anything like this, actually. As for subject, which one? You want Chiang Mai. No, we're not doing that. Please back down. It's not worth it. Please back down. Let's go! Actually, the king of diplomacy. We are so back. The Dutch Empire grows. We have never been more back. So then that begs the question. Do we go after Dynam? I think we do. I think we do, but like in 4 years. Not yet. What did they give you? They became a protectorate. And eventually, they will give me silk. Actually, they give me silk now. That's the important part. Because then we can make fancy clothes and sell them to people. Okay, can I get proportional? Nope, okay. What if I get... Do I want secret police? No, it's fine. It depends, like, do I want to be evil? I haven't really considered what I want to do in this campaign. Because I feel like this update is really good for just playing standard liberalism. So like, we just go all the way laissez-faire free trade capitalism. I feel like this update is really good for that playstyle. But like, what if I want to do technocracy? I just think it would be funny. We'll never become your subject. We'll fight for our freedom. Oh, well, hold on a second. 20 tons of wheat. I mean, that's a lot. Yeah, they did back down pretty quick after that one. We can take their freedom, but not the food. They need that. You know what I need right now, though, actually? I need universities. Because I have very few of them, and that's a bad idea. Also, I want... secularism. Thank you. I have maxed out the construction in Holland. And that's a lot of migration, actually. Oh, you know what I forgot about? Limburg. There we go. Vietnam is normally an easy win. Yeah, I'm thinking we can probably go into Dynam. Just after a few years, you know? There's the Ivory Coast. Let's go with one in here just to connect everything up. Actually, speaking of connecting everything up, I need ports. Need a lot of ports. You know, I actually forgot that I gave Russia some investment rights. Because I looked over here and I'm like, what? Like, why is there the Russian-American company in Friesland? And then it's like, oh, right, of course. Interesting, though. I wonder if you can reasonably play as the Russian-American company. Wonder how that works exactly, playing as a company. They have events? Interesting. Like specifically Alaska gets events? Yeah? What do you know? Oh. Okay, first of all, I was going to say, interesting that they get events. I also wonder if when you play as the actual company itself, you're able to, like, take advantage of your company's investment pool. But I figure you probably can't. In any case, trade deal? So I become the owner of the Ivory Coast, which is here. And they get Dutch Ghana. That's actually an amazing trade deal, isn't it? Wait, what? You get this little sliver here. And I get this? Sure. Works for me. I think that's the first time I've seen the AI propose a reasonable trade of provinces. I didn't think they were capable of it. Do they perhaps want the full state for forming a colonial government? Oh, that could be it. But then they still have to get British Ghana. And meanwhile, I have the whole Ivory Coast now. Interesting. Also, we are really not doing much with these colonies. Not a single investment. Nobody cares. Maybe they would care more if I actually subsidized the port. Maybe. Okay, Belgium update. Still protected by everybody, despite the fact that nobody really wants to be part of this. It's so weird. I don't know how else to put it. Actually, I can pin these. It's odd that most of these countries don't really want to be part of this anymore, but they're still maintaining the guarantees even though they don't want to maintain the guarantees. But then I wonder if I can just improve relations with everybody and then make deals. Like, I don't know, maybe I can just get a defensive pact or an alliance with France and that gets them out. Sometimes they're more willing to expand industry than to start it. That's true. Do you have any bonuses? No. Okay, well, let's consider. The reason we need so many convoys is from port connections. The convoy cost of a port connection is dependent on the total infrastructure usage of the states that it's connecting. Really? Okay, because I had thought that the number of convoys that it used depended on the weight of the products that you're actually shipping. So like if we built iron in West Africa, I thought that it would cost more convoys than building like wheat. Speaking of wheat though, actually no, it's probably not a good idea to invest all of your food production overseas. You tend to sort of die when that happens, so maybe that's not a good idea. Like if we get cut off. I imagine a unit of good is based on weight rather than volume. It actually wasn't. See, like this, the thing I was talking about was the way that old trade worked. Where if you traded in iron, it would actually be like more, or I guess it would be fewer units per convoy, or more convoys per unit, dependent on the type of good. So if you were importing iron, it would actually take more convoys than importing grain. But it just doesn't work like that for port connections, which is the key difference. Let's get a lot of our food production overseas. What could possibly go wrong? Central powers in the years before World War I. Well, I think the problem specifically for Germany was that they had like an enormous population and did not, at that point, have the Haber-Bosch process. I think that's what it's called, right? Yeah, the Haber-Bosch process. For creating ammonia, which is used in fertilizer. Like, Germany just did not have enough arable land back home, so... Okay, so we've solved the population problem. We now have people in the Netherlands. Nice. And soon we can actually annex Limburg. If they will accept it. Actually, in 4 years we can. What's up with you, traditionalist? Yeah, that's pretty cringe. Sorry. Yeah, Germany had not clicked the autarky national focus yet, true. They were still on MIFO loans at that point. Before World War I, yes. Ooh, that's a big change. Do we have an election coming up? Nope. Okay, well, we need a government, so there you go. What can we get done with these guys in charge? We could go straight to laissez-faire. Actually, would that be a good point? Or a good thing to do at this point? It feels a little bit early to do that, no? What's Britain doing? They have laissez-faire. You know what? No, it's probably fine. I think it's actually better to do it earlier before, like, the trade unions get a bunch of power and then they try to stop me. Plus, this gives me 2 free company charters, decreases my loan interests. It does forbid monopolies, which can be a little bit annoying in terms of, like, you know, sometimes I want a particular company to have a bunch of power and only build something that I want. And be the only one to build the thing that I want. From what I hear, if you're good at construction economy, the earlier the better. Screw it. Laissez-faire. We love investments. Actually, I might decrease taxes a little bit. Yeah. Just so we can get this above 50. We still need more ports, actually. Really wish this wasn't the way that it was. Actually, I think I could call in Britain. But Britain versus Prussia and France? I don't really like those odds. I think those are really bad odds. According to some poster on the Vic sub that I've never read, the entire reasoning of 30 to 40 mil is when you should go for laissez-faire. If you're going for laissez, build up or upgrade the construction sectors. We have definitely built up quite a few of them. Like, we start with really strong investment economy to begin with as the Netherlands. Which makes me feel like we have enough to actually do this. Like, the thing is, okay, so that mentions like 30 to 40 million as in like GDP, right? But that isn't exactly the best way to measure just how strong the investment capital is. Because, of course, our companies and our financial districts own stuff in a lot of different places. Something to do with the investment pool running out of money? Interesting. It's an estimate and also before this update. Yeah. I think we're gonna be fine passing it right now. Oh yeah, I did kind of forget that we should build motor industries as well. The good thing about laissez-faire is the low interest rate. That way you can make a debt economy where you increase the credit limit faster than you go bankrupt. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Right now we do have a decent interest rate because we're a great power. Right, 4.4%. It's pretty solid. But then we go from, like, this is the multiplicative. So right now we're at minus 50% from a great power. Let's just ignore the petit bourgeoisie. When we get down to permanent, minus 75%. And then, of course, right now we do have the bonus from the petit bourgeoisie. Meaning we pay pretty much zero interest for debt so long as we keep this active. And Siam does not like me. They're trying to damage our relations. That's kind of awkward. Well, anyway. What if I offer you knowledge sharing? Have fun. Well, I would say I'm possibly not like you. I don't know, something about forcing their subjugation. I wasn't really listening. New mandate. Okay, so we do have a new one for companies. And it does give you an additional company, increased company throughput bonus, and a free company charter. I'm just trying to figure out, like, is this super useful? Is it really that good? Because it seemed alright. The 10% throughput bonus is pretty solid. But when you compare it to other things, like for example, maybe I want Colonial offices to reduce my infamy against unrecognized powers. Like, maybe that would be a good idea. Okay, we already have a customs union for this. We don't need defensive cooperation. Construction's a really good one, actually. Because then we get that company and it's really good. I guess the company one would be better later on. That's pretty true. I feel like the construction one is really good just because, you know, faster construction is always good. And then you get this company, which is amazing. It gives you access to the... Well, see, the thing is, glassworks we already have a company for. Steel mills we already have a company for. And tools... I feel like we gave tools to a company. Maybe I didn't. No, we didn't give tools to a company, but it's like... At that point, is that even worth it? When I already have several companies that do the same thing, but better because they have prestige goods, and this does not have a prestige good? I mean, it still gives you a better construction sector throughput, sure, but... Yeah, no, we're actually not going to go with that one. Freedom of movement is pretty good. Well, no, we don't need it right now. Maybe I will go with colonial offices just because we're going to be generating a lot of infamy. Oh, wait a second. It provides colonial affairs with -5%. Doesn't that mean at level 5 we can get -25% infamy generation? Maybe we do go with this, actually. And in fact, it's better to go with that earlier. Yes? Okay, that's actually cracked then. Never mind. It's per level of institution. Crazy stuff. So I'm hoping once this election is passed... Oh, nice. There we go. Yeah, it's a much securer government. So we can actually increase taxes again. Let's go. I hate how you have a hand reaching into Germany. Well, you just need to snatch up some iron mines, you know? Gotta reach in there with your hand. Actually just reaching into Germany. Gotta get that iron somehow. Hey Corbo, how's the economic colonization going? Pretty well, Hunter. I would say it's going excellently, actually. We got Haiti, we got Mexico. That was a really good early one. We got Siam as well, and then we're looking at Dynam next. Also, Hanover has expanded again. Good for them. If only I could go in and invade them, that would be cool. If you take the two countries to the left and right of the palm, it would actually look like a hand. Yeah, like if I take this one. Like these two, right? Tragically, Austria and Prussia say no. Well, hold on. I could take Schaumburg-Lippe. A population of 161,000. The low cost of 6 infamy. Riveting stuff, folks. But for now, we're going to focus on our colonial empire until eventually people stop guaranteeing Belgium, hopefully. Or until the point where I'm simply so strong that I can beat up Belgium and their alliance. What about Oldenburg and Bremen? Instant Austria War. Could call in Britain. Bremen's a maybe. The problem is just how much infamy it is to take something that seems really inconsequential. When I compare it to the fact that I could just, like, create an entire subject in Asia for 21 infamy. I feel like that's the kind of thing that I would save for, like, late game, you know? It would only be for satisfying borders and maybe containing Prussia? Yeah. Other than that, not worth much. That seems like a good idea. I think once we get laissez-faire, we'll probably have enough investment to, well, hopefully skyrocket the GDP, at least get ourselves to the number 10 spot. That would be nice. Also, we have a surprisingly decent standard of living, but I think a lot of that is just from having public healthcare. Yeah, that's quite a bit of it. Okay, let's get the army. And, right, I forgot I can't actually send them over here for whatever reason. Why can't I do that? Could you please give me military access? No? Okay. I could raise their payments, actually. Nice. Are we gonna reach 1 trillion GDP in this game? Or is that just not quite possible in Vic3? I don't think it's possible. What was the highest GDP anyone ever got to? Like 100 billion or something? I'm pretty sure there's like a Reddit post for it. I'm seeing allegedly someone said that someone did a 100 billion GDP. Do I have a land front? Well, no, I will once I... Well, no, never mind. This is Dynam, right? Not Siam. I think I might be able to... Can I force Siam into the war? I don't remember. Maybe. In any case, is anybody going to stop me? Cambodia? So no, I don't care. It would be so funny if this happens again. Hey, you know how you have some fruit? I would like some of that fruit. It would be so funny if they back down. Please back down. Please, it would be so funny. Okay, Cambodia joins. They're still fearful, though. Please. Please. Hold on. Please. Please. Let's go, baby! They all crumble before the might of the Dutch Empire. Man, we are getting banger after banger today. Mexico, Haiti, Siam, Dynam, all of them backing down. This is amazing. Have you actually fought a single war this game? Yeah, we did have to fight Hanover. I don't think it's luck. I think they're overvaluing the goods transfer. I think that's what's happening. Upgrade the army thing for power projection. The army thing. Yes, the army thing. The mobilization? I have no idea which one you're talking about. Does that actually affect your... in the building tab, maybe? These? Okay, but like which one? I guess we could get the opium one. Let's see. And you know what? Rail transport. It's actually not that important right now, but maybe. Does that actually increase your army power projection? It's based on your offense and defense. Oh, these ones. That's what you mean. Okay, yeah, we can do that. How do we have a shortage of engines? Are we not producing engines? We are. Okay, weird. Just taking a really long time to build up. Cool. No, hold on. The alliance with Britain. Shoot. I need that back. Shoot. Because you're still... Okay, I might have taken my relationship with Britain for granted. My bad. Oops. Offer them tea, Brits love tea. True. Hold on. You want some tea? No, they don't want tea. It's over. They won't even accept tea as payment. It's cooked. That's a 60% chance of going wrong. We love gambling. Let's go. Literally unplayable, historically inaccurate, true, real. Britain, but no tea? But it's Britain. How can this be? Okay, what's the issue? You don't have enough laborers? I actually disagree. Ooh. Maybe I spoke too soon. Okay. I'm starting to see the argument now. Let's just, reverse a little bit of that. Population drain, maybe? Let's go! Alright, laissez-faire. Let's go to our companies, because we have additional free company charters. And there's actually nothing that I want to give you. Right. What are we using these on? 1, 2... Right, then the industry rights. Okay, so that is 4 of them. You know what? This is a pretty good company. You can have investment rights. That's cool. If you can just give a flat number of a resource, do resource stockpiles exist now? No. It's not a flat number of resource. It is a guaranteed transfer each week for a certain amount of time. So it creates demand in your market, and like it decreases supply in your market, or rather it increases demand in your market and decreases... No, wait. Increases demand in your market and increases supply in their market. That's what it does. Saying the thingy in Dutch, dingus, is very common in the Indonesian Dutch community. It's funny because I feel like a dinghy, like a dingus, is also a thing that you say in English for like a thing. As a kid, one of my classmates opened their speech with, "My speech is about the dingus traffic police." There's a military stockpile mechanic? Nope. No stockpiling. No stockpiling whatsoever. I don't even know if we're going to have stockpiling in Vic3. Okay, it looks like laissez-faire kind of did it. Well, right now, obviously, they're going to privatize everything, which kind of sucks. I usually like to have munitions, artillery, and arms industries nationally owned by the government, so that I can just kind of like have them when I need them. Because if they're not profitable, then it's likely that a company will, you know, downscale it. But what if I need a lot of stuff for conscription, and we just don't have the things we need because it was all downscaled? That's why I usually like to have it personally owned or nationally owned. I think we're interested in Persia, maybe Arabia. Interesting that even though the United States is absolutely cooked, like they're just the northern US at this point, like no Mexico, no Confederate States, they still get the Oregon Treaty. Missed the first part of that where you're replying to my thing saying basically it's a trade deal but not for money. Yeah, it's a trade deal, you just directly give them something per week for a period of time. Man. Everybody likes Belgium, and I would prefer if they did not like Belgium. Please stop liking Belgium. I don't want to give Britain any kind of, oh, game crashed, that's cool. I don't want to give Britain any kind of investment rights. Victoria 3 moment. When was the last save? Probably just the prior month. It's really not a big deal. Actually, how much time do we have left on today's stream? Not that much time. Oh wow, it's been like 5 hours. Yeah, okay. We'll see what we can do in like the next half hour. The Belgians will pay for this. They have that dastardly computer breaking technology. They'll do anything to stop being annexed. Anyway, let's upgrade this. That should be a big upgrade for our colonial speed as well, I think. Yeah, I think that actually doubles the effect of each level, which is pretty good. Speaking of colonizing, okay, we're not done with that yet. That's fine. What are we importing right now? Clothing. I feel confident in saying that we should be the ones producing clothing. Same with luxury furniture. That doesn't make any sense. We literally have a company for producing furniture. How are we importing luxury furniture? Okay, well, we're gonna create an import tariff. Because we want to be the ones to create furniture. So, they're building furniture, but in Mexico. I need you to build furniture at home. Maybe it's just more profitable for them to make the furniture over there because we have too much luxury furniture? Maybe? So yeah, I should actually be setting higher import tariffs for luxury furniture to increase the price of luxury furniture so that the company will build it back home. Just like that. Like clockwork. What is the goal on the mainland to control the lowlands plus the Rhineland? I don't even know what the goal is in theory. We do want Belgium, of course. Which also reminds me that I need to integrate Limburg. And put these down somewhere. %56% chance of acceptance, but if they don't, then France and Austria kill me. That's really cool, actually. That is really neat. What if I just reduce your payments? But also, yes, we definitely want Belgium. Because they have a lot of stuff we want. In theory, we want the Rhine. The problem is infamy. You get so much from doing anything in Europe. It just makes it more economical, if that's the right term in this case, to go anywhere else. So like, oh, we need coal and iron. Okay, well, instead of invading the Rhine, we just have Dynam as a subject, and we're gonna build iron and coal there, and then ship it back home. Is it possible to make goods dirt cheap for yourself inside your market, but make it cost a normal amount with tariffs and stuff for export? Well, yes, but then you get into, like, deflation, sort of. Like, you can make it really cheap for your own people, but then when they buy it at a low price... Let me think about that. Okay, yes, kind of. Sort of. It's sort of a balance between, like, if you make things super expensive for other people to buy, which I think you can do, technically. Like, you can set, like, really high tariff on export, which will decrease the supply to the world market, and thus increase the price in the world market. But then you're not selling as much. So what if you just keep the price lower for everybody and produce more? So, like, I could put a high export tariff on steel. But if I did that, then sure, the government gets more money, but then the steel producers aren't able to sell as much steel, so they make less money. When you overproduce, you will make its cost cheaper. However, you bump up the tariffs, it exits at a higher cost, but can still be cheaper than the average. Yeah, like, you can get away with having some tariffs. In that case, like, what you're talking about is you can have tariffs and they don't affect the price too much. And you get a little bit off the top in that case, I guess. But I feel like it's more useful to just collect money in taxes. Not like tariff taxes, but as in, like, taxes from the company owners with graduated taxation, and just let them do business that way. And then they can expand production as well to make it even cheaper. It doesn't impact the money you make, and the quality of life is higher, thus fewer problems with pops. It could. It could, in the sense, like, it could affect the money that you make. In the sense where, like, obviously they're going to sell fewer things in the global market, just because of how the tariffs work. Wait. No, the money from trade. Yeah, when you say money from trade, that... You mean, like, how much the... How much the buildings make from selling that? We've been talking so long, I forgot what the original problem was. Me too. Artificially making the prices lower inside your borders. If you make it cheaper inside your borders, then don't you still get the same problems with deflation? You can still make full bucks with trade. Okay, so the problem with that, okay, I think I'm starting to understand what you're talking about, and I think the main problem that comes from that is that if you keep it really cheap within your own borders, then that decreases the amount of money that the building makes. Because the buildings don't really make the money off of the tariffs. Like you don't, like, the buildings don't make that money when they're sold for a higher price somewhere else. They still make the same amount of money. It's just that the government takes a little bit off the top in the form of tariffs, so it makes it expensive outside the borders. But it's not like the companies actually make that money. So the companies are like, okay, that's too much for us. We're just going to downsize production. like, the government will make money off of that, but the companies will make significantly less money off of that. And so even if the goods are cheap back home, that in fact creates a problem where there's too much stuff. Yapped too hard and forgot the question. I think I eventually looped back around to figuring out what he's talking about, but... yeah, no, I think that still creates a problem where when you have super cheap things back home, then the companies just downsize. Because the input goods are too expensive. And then it kind of defeats its own purpose. Because it restricts the amount of production. And thus reduces the amount of money you can make off of tariffs anyway. Basically, the answer is yes, you can do the thing that you said, but only temporarily, before it gets really bad. If you're exporting iron, the iron mines don't directly make the money from trade, only from selling it to the trade centers, but the trade centers are buying it at the domestic market price. Yes. Yes, exactly. And because the domestic mines aren't the ones making the money off of the trade directly, all they see is that iron is now cheap and they can't afford to produce that much. Also, I need to build more stuff. You know what? I need to build universities. I do not have enough universities for my current wealth. Right now, the petit bourgeoisie are still privatizing things. Not the petit bourgeoisie, just the bourgeoisie. Too much economics yapping. Need a whole trade and finances degree to wrap one's head around this stuff. I'm sure the joke is no longer funny because I've said it for years. But actually doing one course on macroeconomics has helped me significantly towards understanding basic principles in Victoria 3. And that's actually not a joke. Like, one of those things that you learn in macroeconomics, at least in Macroeconomics 101, like the really early stuff, is that basically whenever you add a kind of tax or a tariff on anything at all, the efficiency in the reduction in efficiency of the sale of the item is actually more than the tax or tariff alone. So like you can get, I don't know, like let's say there's like a 20% tax on like Cheetos or something, okay? And then you decide to put that on. It's actually going to raise the price of the Cheetos by like 25%, that kind of thing. Like it's more than just the amount that you set it by. There's also like this whole, there's that theory of like value loss that kind of ties in with that. But that was also 5 years ago, and I'm starting to forget a lot about that class. How about we get some labor rights, maybe? That seems like a good idea. What does this do again? Minus 20% working conditions, and what's this? Oh, this is, okay, this is the same thing, but plus minimum wage, okay. Who cares about minimum wage? We just want worker protections, a little bit. For the regulatory bodies. By the way, when you turn yourself the most socialist in Vic3, why is it less beneficial to you? I always go under in months even without command economy. Okay, are we differentiating between socialism and communism in Vic3? Like, the way I would define that is, in Vic3, when you go communism is when you do, hold on, command economy, and when you're doing socialism is when you do cooperative ownership. And so, command economy kind of sucks for a lot of reasons, not least because you actually have to pay attention to everything in your country, and that's really tedious. I guess it can give you good, like, it can give you decent throughput, actually, if you stack your economy of scale properly, I think, maybe. But even then, it's all government owned, so that actually decreases it anyway. So I mean, I don't know what they changed in cooperative ownership, but it used to actually be really good because, or maybe it is still really good, because the way it would work is that the dividends from the profits of the companies would go directly to the workers, which would increase their like actual salaries. Let's click on a building. Okay, so you have like the weekly balance, right? And here we have the dividends. And the money from the dividends, instead of going to like a financial district, would go directly to a workforce. And so the workforce gets a bunch of money. So like you see how these guys have like an annual wage? Well, they would also get like an increased annual wage from the dividends, right? And so because they have more money, they actually go out and buy more things. Because they buy more things, it creates more demand for things in the economy, which causes the, like when demand goes up, it also, you know, creates a larger, I guess, incentive to invest in things. Now, the thing I don't really know about with cooperative ownership, because I haven't played with it in so long, is how the investment pool actually works with this. I guess it shows it right here then. Okay, so you get, instead of getting your investment from capitalists and aristocrats, you actually get them from farmers and shopkeepers and stuff like that. Okay. Okay, that makes sense. Oh, okay, I see. So company headquarters, instead of having capitalists, they get more clerks and shopkeepers. I see. And so, at that point, the clerks and shopkeepers directly invest. Okay, gotcha. Next stream, Corbett just read Death's Capital and Wealth of Nations. Command economy is banned because of how the government efficiency works? Yeah. Yeah, so basically because there's no privatization of anything and everything's owned by the government. Hold on, did they buff it? Hold up. Government dividends efficiency. Did they buff the dividend efficiency? For command economy? Because I'm pretty sure it was even worse. I thought it was like abysmally bad. Like one of the problems with command economy was that, do I even have a good example here? No, I wouldn't because I'm on laissez-faire, which means I don't own anything. Shoot. Okay, so I don't actually have a good example. But, basically, so you know how we talked about those dividends from buildings and how they go to, usually they go to like the financial districts? Well, if you directly own a building by the government, then those dividends go directly to the government, but at a significantly reduced efficiency, which I don't actually know why. Maybe it was just some way to nerf command economy, possibly. But yeah, basically, money just literally disappears under command economy. That's one of the biggest problems. Doesn't that just make you implode? More demand equals more building, more produce, more demand, so on? No, it typically does the opposite. It usually, like, skyrockets the production of things. Because, like, there's more of a demand for goods, and so it makes it more profitable to build more buildings. So... me when I falsify the production quota? I don't know. Maybe that's meant to be like the representation of corruption. But then I feel like that should actually be its own mechanic. Uh-oh. What's happening in Egypt? Independence? Nobody wants me to do anything? Okay, that's cool, I guess. Anyway, we are low on infamy. And we can do something. I don't know what, but something. Okay, I don't even have enough... Wait, what? Why does Mexico have insane prestige? Oh, it's because they also built a reserve coffee company. Was that you? Yes. Okay, that makes sense. Okay, in this case, we could turn Siam into a puppet. Uh-oh, what did I do? Oh, they just became my subjects. Okay, nice. Oh yeah, can I invade you? Qing would get involved. I would really prefer if you didn't. Okay, what about over here? Qing as well? Wow, that's really cool, man. Over here? Maybe. Man, the ideological differences cannot be that crazy. I think they hate me, chat. What about Burma? That's not happening. I think Qing should collapse sooner. I think that would be nice. How do you tell on that list who would get involved? Well, typically what I'll do... Do I not own you? I do own you, okay. Typically what I would do is... I guess we don't have a good example in Qing. Over here, I'll look if we have, like, between basically 0 and -20 is when I treat a country as if they're going to join. Because that's usually the threshold where the country that I'm trying to attack will offer something that the other one is willing to accept. So like anything below like 30, usually there isn't anything that's worth 30 that they can offer to, say for example, Bali, to get them to join. But for -1, like Qing at that point is just looking for a reason to get involved. They won't automatically get involved, but they would basically take anything to get involved. So that's kind of how I treat them. Ooh, could I? No. Really all the way out in Persia? Seriously? Dude, they hate me so much. The minus 110 from ideology cannot be that crazy. Okay, can I take Venezuela? Potentially, but Mexico wants to dab on me, so maybe not. France would get involved? Please. I'm just a guy looking for land out in the world. Ooh, what about the old reliable? Oh god, I think I could. I think I could, chat. I think I can. Make them a protectorate and force them to abolish slavery. Walk into the Confederacy. Sorry, but the slavery will end. I need to better equip myself first, though. We have less than a year to sort out the army. Dutch Golden Circle, but no slavery. What are we doing with this? We kinda need the enactment time reduction. Ooh, the government is really, yeah, that's not good. No, we can fix this. Actually, no, we can't. Now we can. Oh, and with the new artillery, it should be rather trivial, actually. It's crazy how good shrapnel artillery is. One of the main things I'm concerned about is that that's going to be 77 infamy. My subjects are going to hate me forever. Or for at least several years. I might even get, like, super embargoed. We can eat it? I don't know if we can. Hold on. I think we can, but... we're going to need a little bit of help. Is that a brand new diplomacy screen? Yes, we have the new treaty system, which is, in my opinion, significantly better than most of the other systems. Well, I mean, what we had last time. Before this. And also better than most of the diplomacy in Paradox games, in my opinion. Also, that's kind of funny. It's funny that, like, the US is still desperately trying to expand and hold on to, like, any vestiges of power they have in the Americas. It says Athabasca. Okay, so having Britain as a defensive ally is pretty decent. Did I lose my defensive agreement with the Russians? I did. I think I just lost that, actually. Okay, so who actually likes me enough to sign something? You don't want this. Why? Different power block and a defensive pact with Britain. That's why they don't want that. Alliance with Portugal would be very funny. Support independence. From who? Oh god, of course. Oh man, that sucks. That's a real shame. Also, let's see. Yeah, that's really expensive because of the population in the Confederate States, which is 10 million. How much prestige do you have? 97? Okay, that's not a big deal then. Why, Mexico, why are you like this? Bruh. Maybe we can't do this because my subject thought it would be funny. Should attack Brazil? Unironically, that's a good idea. But they are a major power, which makes it An impossible idea. Could liberate someone from them, though. I could balkanize Brazil. Nope. Austria. Never mind. And France. Never mind. Is there anybody that I can invade without having someone get in my way? I mean, I guess there's like Oldenburg. Nope. Austria. Bremen. Maybe. There's promise in here. Russia. Right. Maybe I just turn Denmark into a subject. Nope. Russia. Okay. What if I turn Sweden? Nope, can't do that. What do you mean let Belgium survive? It's not like I had a choice. What was I gonna do? Just like suicide charge in there? Die and then be like, well, at least we tried. It's something to do with the guarantees still existing when nobody actually wants to be part of that. Like, you go to Belgium, and it's like, wow, that's crazy. Prussia actually doesn't want to guarantee Belgium, but they're doing it anyway. Same with France. They actually don't want to do it anymore, but they're still doing it because it would be funny. Yeah, that's what the Dutch did. True. Yeah, no, that's fair. Not doing correct Dutch roleplay. Okay, yeah, maybe... Well, I mean, first of all, we have this. But I think I actually could get involved in Africa somewhere. The only thing is, we don't do anything in Africa. There's nothing here. Like, 0 GDP production. Hold on, what am I importing? Clothing. I should stop doing that. I keep saying that, but I keep doing it anyway. Let me... Yeah, we're gonna increase tariffs on clothing. I already have tariffs on clothing. Okay. Egypt. Maybe. What about Sind? I don't think I have any opium. I need an actual interest. Maybe we can invade Sind? France, of course. Why not? Sind is considered a vital part of the French sphere of influence, I should have known. And my own subject, Cambodia, naturally. Okay, I'm kind of desperate for something here. Yemen. We can invade Yemen. Okay, just... Alright, I'll take it. Actually, do I want a protectorate in here? No, there are like no people here. It doesn't really matter. Okay, we'll take it. I don't even think there's anything we can do in Yemen. Like, what am I gonna do with this? Yeah, what am I gonna do with that? It's so pointless. Okay. Okay, hear me out. We're gonna invade in Africa. Yeah. Yeah, we're gonna do that. Screw it. And then we're going to set up a company in there. Yeah. You do furniture, right? Would African lumber be a bad idea for that? No, we could definitely do that. The thing is... they already have permission to build logging camps. They're just building it everywhere else. They're building logging camps pretty much anywhere outside of Africa. Which is fine, because, you know... still owned by me. Through my subjects. What can I do with the American obligation? Pretty much nothing. Want trade privileges? Can't believe most of our imports actually are just clothing. Does nobody want to create clothing? No. They just want to privatize things. Okay. Might just need some sort of incentive to invest in there. Well, right now investment is just privatization because it's the cheapest way for them to make more money is just to buy things rather than to build things. So we're not going to get construction for a little bit. But yeah, it wouldn't hurt to just have it. Can you subdue England and France with your buildings inside of them and then gain a lot of leverage? No. Tragically, even if I owned the entire British industry, it would not actually mean anything for me other than my investment pool getting a lot of money out of that. Is Tunis still around? Well, yes. But not the way that we want. I guess we can colonize this too, why not? We'll go for that as well. Right, we do need some more port connections. Beautiful, we have our colonial offices, which now give us minus 15% infamy against unrecognized powers. Not bad. Missed dev opportunity, or would it be too much power? I feel like it would be too easy. I mean, okay, so there is an interaction with that. With, like, leverage. This kind of leverage is just for inviting someone to a power block. It doesn't really mean anything. It's not leverage in terms of like, oh, I can force you to do something. Free Tunis. I could actually support their independence. But I don't think that's wise. Sorry, what was that party called? The Free Thinking Democratic League. So-called free thinkers when the Paradox DLC releases. And they have to try it on day one. Uh-oh. What did you do? Ah, of course. Actually, that's a better idea. Instead of annexing a country, I should be making these into protectorates. Okay, perfect. Okay, what is this? None of my business? Okay, cool. I want to try something real quick. Here we go. 51% chance of them joining. This truly is the greatest gamble of all time. A 51% chance. If they accept, it's free. If they say no, France, Russia, and Austria kill me. So we've got a real gamble on this one. Either it's free territory or I get torn to shreds. It's over. We're cooked. Are they actually going to join, though? Are they actually going to join, though? It's okay, Luxembourg is on our side, true. Okay, nobody joined, that's crazy. Huh. I don't really know what to say to that. I was fully expecting to get annihilated. Alright, never mind, we're chilling. I lost the gamble, but won the war, let's go. Ooh, right, everybody hates when you annex a subject. I forgot, when you annex a subject, it tells everyone for like 20 trillion years that you're a bad guy and that they should feel bad about associating with you. Yeah, 4 years of that. I think it's a full 5 years then, isn't it? 5 years for annexing a subject? What does Mexico care about me annexing Limburg? Kind of makes me wonder how much I can get away with. No, we're gonna have to answer that question in a part 2 stream, if I do make a part 2 stream to this. Which I might, maybe. But unfortunately, I do actually have to go now. I should have actually left like 15 minutes ago, but I'm addicted to this game. I don't know. Anyway, yeah, that's probably where we're gonna put a stop in things for now. We do have a couple other streams this week, and by a couple, I think I mean literally one stream this week, I think. Yeah, there will be one other stream on Friday, and then a video on Saturday, and that's what we have for this week. So yeah. Your hat didn't grow once? That's because I didn't reach 20 million GDP. It's every 20. They don't tell you that, but that's how it works. Can we get the nobility integration policy? I wish. Anyway, thank you guys very much for being here. I hope if you guys did play some of the DLC today, then I hope you had some fun with it. It's quite complicated to try and sort of wrap your head around, but anyway. Also, if you didn't watch the video for today yet, then go ahead and do that, because it is an interesting one, in my humble opinion. But for now, thank you very much for watching today's stream. I'll see you guys on Friday, and bye-bit. That's not the right one. There we go.